Mm-hmm. Commercial, so that means we're on, I think. I always wonder, do you actually start streaming before your little commercial preview comes up?
I think you're probably live.
Oh. Hello, kind and gentle folk. I'm waiting for my commercial to see if I'm live yet. Are we live? Oh, I don't know. It says we're having issues. I don't know. Nightbot says we're having.
That was me trying to change the title.
Oh, okay. Well, hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing this evening? We're going to be sculpting some stuff. Uh-oh, I need to turn that down. We're going to do some creepy body jewelry. Assume everybody is on and working. So, all right. Let us take a. These are my sizing charts for the body jewelry, and so that gives me the interior diameter and then diameter of the thickness of the ring. So yeah, that's how we start. Is my volume okay? Everyone? Anyone? Or even anyone that says they're doing very well, I think. Been busy couple days, but that's good. So no complaints. Just lots of stuff. Let's do a big old hip. We're gonna do 16 millimeter or 6 millimeter with a 14 mil interior diameter. Let's look at what that. Good morning, everyone. How we doing? It's not right. Those are tenths. Okay. I was looking at tenths of millimeter. Okay. My eyes are burning. So we are going to do an 8 and a 14. Here we go. That'll give us some weird shapes. I like it. Okay, you. Oh, no. Go to a star. And so we know it's 16 millimeters thick, 14 millimeter interior diameter. Star. And here we go. What's being said out here? Today we're going to do some sculpting. For 33 million, that's a good start. I must have touched something and then rub my eyes. So we know that our hinge is going to be up here somewhere. I'm going to append in my cutter. It's a little big for this piece, so we're going to go drag. Nope, nope, nope. Get it. That's above that. That's good. So we know that this is a good cutting angle. So that gives us the parameters of where we design. So I'm just going to come in here real quick and put these lines so I know. How was everyone's week? Did everyone have a good week? If you want to join into Discord, since this is a stream, a sculpting stream, and you just want to chat or ask questions, feel free. During the stream, feel free to ask questions. Right? Okay. Okay. So we know that those are sort of some of our design. So we're going to do something a little biomechanical, because as you can see, that's kind of where this line's going. Which way's from? Doesn't matter. Okay. Hey, Mario. We're going to put some symmetry just to. I think we want a balanced piece right. Is everyone prepared for the summit next week? I guess technically it starts at the end of this week, doesn't it? I was watching one of Ashley's streams, and she was saying that she's not a huge cyberpunk fan. So the streamers, we're on Monday. It's on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Is there a Tuesday, Henry?
To the summit?
Yeah.
I didn't think so, but let me check.
So Otaku. So what I would do, I mean, you want to learn to digitally sculpt or physically sculpt? It's two things. You're here on ZBrush, so I'm assuming you're talking digital. The first thing I would do is you can start playing with ZBrush Core or Core Mini, which is free, and it doesn't give you all the features, but it'll let you sort of get familiar with the environment and sort of how some of the tools work. And then to learn, I would strongly suggest just copy things. You know, sculpt this. You know, sculpt a caliper, sculpt anything you can. Is my camera out of focus?
No.
Okay. It's just me. And I would just copy things. Don't try to be creative at the beginning. Try to be, or try to get to the point where you can replicate anything you see, right? And then with that foundation, you're then going to be able to draw upon those skills to be able to apply how to see, because a lot of design is learning how to see, because if you can't identify the base forms and shapes, it becomes hard to recreate them, obviously. So I think that's where I would start. And of course, you know, we have, I mean, I have a sculpting school, or, you know, a ZBrush school to teach people how to use ZBrush. It says ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, but it can be for anyone who wants to manufacture. I mean, we have very concise and good classes on, or good lessons on how to, you know, start ZBrush from the very beginning to, you know, more advanced sculptural ideas and manufacturing ideas. So you can always join our school as well. And then if you're doing character work, there's always Shane Olson, and Pablo has um, what's his thing? ZBrush. It's like stroke skill. What's Pablo's thing's name? Oh, they're coming. Like I said, we've been a little bit targeting. We had trade shows, and then we have the summit. And once these two shows are done, we'll get back into generating some more videos.
3D concept artist? Is that the right one?
No, his is called like.
that's-
I feel bad. It's like. ZBrush guides. I'm having a brain fart. But that's another good place to start. Honestly, it doesn't matter what you want to do. I mean, if you are literally just starting, I wouldn't worry about anatomy. I wouldn't worry about any of that stuff until you can look at something and replicate it. Because anatomy has a lot of very, very subtle things that you need to learn. And if you can't replicate what you see, you're just going to be beating your head against the wall to get this stuff going. So I would still strongly suggest just practicing by copying stuff initially. Because once you learn to see, all of this becomes a lot easier. Yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about doing at least one earlier session a month, and ZBrush is totally cool with it. It's just it's been really busy. Like we had trade shows this year, and we had a bunch of stuff that we just had to get ready for, kind of prepped, and it's been it's been a little hectic the last few months. And I've been moving, and I mean, it's been, yeah, been a little hectic. After the summit, we'll be able to take some more time to get some of that stuff done. But also, I am moving at the beginning of the year, and or by the beginning of the year, and then I'm going to stay there for at least a couple years. So I'm going to get into a place and not have to move again here for a bit. We sort of had an emergency move here at the end, and because it was an unscheduled move, we weren't quite prepared for that. Everything has been sort of hectic and haywire since then. Sadly, I'm a creature of rhythm and habit, so when I get thrown out of whack, I'm always just like, whoa. Yeah, we have all kinds of exciting stuff. It is coming. Have no fear. Yeah, we've been trying to develop product for a store we're opening. Lots of crazy things. Poor Henry has to go through 70 terabytes of ZTLs and ZPRs to find a handful of models because I'm a very, very good labeler. I'm very, very good at naming. Just ask Skinner. He loves.
Definitely never used to work exclusively out of quick saves.
Yeah. I can teach you all that. That's a really good thing to learn. How to work out of quick saves and quick saves only.
Teach anyone that.
He's like, you're not teaching anyone that. That's bad. Yes, that is. Well, I think that, learning ZBrush, that's very, very important, without a question. The interface can be torturous if you're not prepared and you think it's going to be like an interface of another program, you're going to be a little surprised. But let's go back. In this one, we're going to make this our control state, our history state. And then that way, like if I wanted to, I have to turn on symmetry, go to the history brush, I can just stroke this right back to the original ring. So we're not getting any changes in the ring. And you can't use symmetry, but so I tend to just go over, right? You notice I just went into that tip. And now I'm going to go back to clay tubes and turn symmetry back on. And now, as I lay the stroke on, we're back to. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I can say the exact same thing for Blender for me, or, any other program. If you're not used to the interface and you're trying and you think about any interface and compare it to the interface you're used to using, it's always going to be in that. I mean, there's just there's no easy. Did I really? What's this? Smart resim. That's lower. Yeah, I could definitely teach you how to use your hard drive space. Save every 30 minutes. Well, I mean, the key is I have, I mean, what? I think I have at least 7, 8 subdivision levels. Yeah, I have 7 subdivisions. So that gives me a ton of that gives me a ton of freedom to, sorry, turn symmetry, because I want to keep that hat. Smart resim. Oh, let's see, I need to send Z. So when you're using radial symmetry, I find that every once in a while just lowering your subdivision levels and then smart resimming it back, and that keeps you stepping along the way. And I can keep my subdivisions, where if you do mirror and weld, you lose your subdivision. So that's the way to keep your subdivisions. Now, as far as being able to sculpt smoothly, two things that are very important. Uh, one, don't gag. One, I start out sculpting very high, right? I'm sculpting on a 33 million poly model. But if you notice, my Z intensity is 4. And honestly, that's strong, right? Because I'm trying to block out new spacing. So I'm just moving very, very, very little geometry at a time. And that's how I don't completely distort or mangle my mesh. And when I'm working this high, I know I'm going to smart resim again. So I'm not worried about any of this surface texture or smoothing or anything like that. None of that is our problem or issue at this point. That will become an issue later. But, right, you know, if you're only working in Dynameshes, you know, you're screwed in so many ways because you can't just you can't smooth these surfaces well because you have no subdivision levels. And the key to working in high detailed, high resolution sculpts is retaining your subdivision. I can't say that enough. Oops. So here you see I started sculpting this and I didn't have symmetry turned on. Big deal. Lower my res. Smart Sim. Now we want it to Smart Sim X. Now, if you notice though, if you just Smart Sim X, right, you're going to get up, see how it gives you this half? It's going to take the average mean and merge them together. Where here, if I take this and I mask this off, flip it, no, and then Smart Resim X. See, it chooses whatever you have masked. So it allows you to really have a lot of control over what you're trying to use symmetrically. If that makes any sense at all. Yeah, there's a huge debate about Blender, and I get Blender's free. And for a free program, it's absolutely amazing, without a doubt. But Blender really isn't a full package. I mean, now the people, like, you know, it depends on what you want to use it for, of course. I mean, like, if you want one program where you're going to sculpt your little groovers and then animate them all in the one program, well, of course Blender is there because, well, still didn't turn on symmetry. Because those are tools that ZBrush doesn't even have. And, you know, sure. So in that case, of course, Blender makes more sense. But for what I do, Blender is almost worthless. I mean, it's not a manufacturing tool. It doesn't have the tools you need to be able to manufacture out of it. You know, it's not what it does. You know, it's like saying you have the greatest Toyota in the world. Well, fine. Take it to a Formula One track and race against Formula One cars and see what happens. You're going to lose because that's not what that is. But you take a Formula One car and put it on a street track that's designed for, you know, drifting Toyotas. Oh, you're probably going to be able to beat the Formula One car. So it just, you know, it's all about what you need the programs to do. But as far as sculpting goes, there's nothing beats ZBrush. Just and I mean, I was a physical sculptor before I ever became a digital sculptor, and the sculpting experience, there's no comparison in any shape or form between the two. I mean, the closest was Mudbox, and because it was truly a sculpting program as well, but Mudbox was like sculpting with a hot dog. Not necessarily. Not the apex of the craft, let's put it. So how many of you are going to do the sculpt off? Hmm. Why don't you do it, Juan? Just sign up. Oh. All right, fine. I guess that's a legitimate reason. So, Juan, are you going to join me in Discord so I'm not just talking to myself? Because Henry's obviously not a big talker tonight.
Seems like you're doing fine. I'm trying to figure out what files I need to buy.
Files you need to buy? Like what?
Like files, like hand files for metal.
Oh. The Swedish ones.
Yeah, that still doesn't even narrow it down very much. And what cut and what shape and what size. And if they're all $50 a piece, do I need to really be picky and choosy, or do I spend $1,000 on files?
You plan to do a lot of filing. Spend the money on files. You know, so much of it depends on how much you're going. You just graduated in game development? From where? Cool. So do they give you any kind of job placement programs, or are they tied in well enough with the industries to point you towards work? As I say, that was one of the good things about CalArts, is that we were very well known within the industry, so it wasn't hard to get. Why was the portfolio class awful? What were they doing wrong? Local symmetry? That's killing me.
I'm going to move you into the public voice channel real quick.
You're gonna what?
Move you into the public voice channel.
Okay, good. Das ist gut.
There we go.
Is someone there talking?
Juan is there.
Hey, Juan.
Hey, hello. How are you?
Woo!
Sorry for the phlegmy mic.
Yeah, that's a.
I was just about to say, man.
What is that like?
Christmas is coming.
Is that the mic on, like, you know, a toy you had, like the
Yes.
Rescue Ranger one, where you push the button and you talk to the little fire engine?
Yes. Well, I'm more of the what? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm old-fashioned.
Close enough. Close enough. Oh no, this isn't a a crash. Well, I say that. This is me trying to not lower my res before I do stuff. And then I push too many buttons and try to get it to do too many things, and I'm working on a 33 million poly model. So when it does silly things, it does silly things.
What are you working on?
No, I'm just going to do some body jewelry.
Great.
I need to make some new body jewelry, so I figure that's kind of creepy and Halloween-y, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm working on my challenge as we speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm using some of the assets that from the channel from ZBrush jewelry workshop and keep bashing, see if I like the idea. Then I'm gonna start retouching.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to get bashing Ashley's sculpture. What did I hit? It's a problem when I get distracted and excited. I start pushing too many buttons, and this is the case of pushing too many buttons at the same time. We'll give it a couple more minutes. If not, just reboot and start again. That's another thing to learn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick save a lot and don't wait forever. Just redo it. Because the more times you redo it, the better off you'll get at that shape.
Well, you know what happened to me? The sculpture that I submitted, what was that, maybe 3 weeks ago? The girl with a bunch of flowers and a skull on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the topology was way too high. One of my layers was 85 million.
That might be too much.
Yes. And the other one was another 60. So I was trying to Boolean and no, it wasn't going well.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'll start a sculpt this high, but, you know, when I start doing that stuff, you want to get down lower. Because, like, things like this will happen. Because it's not that it can't do the processing. It's that I was like, oh, I need to hit left-right symmetry as well. And the symmetry things, if you're trying to get it to do smart resims at 33 million polys, don't touch other things. Let it think. But being the button happy geek that I am, you're done. Done, I say. Yeah, I mean, things like that. You know, it's not isn't really a RAM issue. It's that the poor program just doesn't know how to do things. When you start asking it to do, I mean, even on a low poly model, if you ask it to do two different things at the same time, it just starts to sit and spin because it decides. It actually gets into a resting pattern. It's not actually crashing. It's sitting there and thinking, and it's thinking, which one should I do first? It's like, that's not good.
Actually, there is occasions that I just let it do its thing, and sometimes it resolves. But I have to wait half hour, right? So ain't nobody got time for it.
All right, we want 14 mil, 8 mil, and that is what's selected. We over here and bring it back in. Delete our star. Frame.
Are you doing the sculpt up?
Well, I was going to, but then when I realized that the things that we had signed up as streamers are sort of the sculpt off, except we don't really have to follow the rules. I decided just to do it at on Monday because I was watching Ash's stream and she was talking about how little she liked steampunk, And so I told her that I was going to sculpt her, her last beta sculpt was like her dog balancing the bone on its nose, and it's the night, I'm going to turn that into a steampunk fire engine.
Nice.
So
it's funny that she didn't like it. She doesn't like steampunk because she won the last sculpt and it was a steampunk base, right?
yeah, no, that's what she was saying, was that when she got it, she was so stoked, she was super happy, and then they were like, it's steampunk, and she was like, oh, the SDGs. But yeah, no, she likes organic-y, slobbery, slithery, forms a little more. She's pretty damn amazing at it, too. She's awesome.
Yeah, I've been trying to use her technique, then decimate everything and try to recoup as much topology.
Yeah, where she stretches it all out and then...
Yeah. It is hard. If you want to print something out, you want to fight the topology for a while.
Yeah. No, it's good. It is good. Lower res. Smooth it out. Have you been working on anything exciting? Hey, Trantor.
Yes, my ring.
Mm-hmm.
My ring, and I'm almost contemplating the idea to cast it for my wife. So we'll see.
There's no contemplation of that. That's an easy one. Happy wife is a happy life.
Oh, right? God.
You're like, has she been talking to you? You're like, wait a minute.
Let's just go on the way.
You're like, I think I've heard this propaganda machine go.
What was the project that you was doing? What was that last month?
Good, actually. Good. I still have a few more grills to work on, and then I kind of wrapping my head around. We've been talking about doing some knife stuff.
Ooh.
And then the LA work, I've got to start wrapping my head around moving again, because I'm going to move to LA by the end of the year, or around the end of the year. Just so we can do some branding stuff, just have some opportunities that would be stupid to turn down.
Mm-hmm.
So go down there, kind of build our brand a little. When I was down there, I got a lot of the shops to pick up and join the education platform, and so it'd be nice to be in the jewelry district, because when I was in LA, I was not in the jewelry world. I was doing film work, so I wasn't really I was an independent artist, but I was an independent, I was a union artist, so we didn't do any brand building or anything like that, because you're in the union. The people who know what you do, or the people who need to know what you do, know what you do. So, it's not a race for fame or anything like that. It's just a race to do good work and then be recognized by production designers and, construction coordinators. And so it's not really, you're not in that celebrity world trying to develop a brand. And like I said, we have some really good opportunities to do that. It just comes down to getting down there and doing it. So that 2 weeks in LA was really beneficial and brought out a lot of work, and got us people. my friend Alligator is building his own sort of shop in downtown LA, and little showroom shop, and kind of getting in there and helping him do that and taking advantage of that branding opportunity with him. And yeah, start generating some more work, because I've been so focused on the education stuff for the last few years that I really haven't spent a ton of time actually making new work. So it'll be exciting to kind of get in there and make new work. And yeah, it's exciting, but hectic.
Oh,
I
you
hate
have a chance
moving.
to work on your tanning.
On my what?
On your tanning.
Oh no. Oh no. I have big hats. I'm not a sun. Nope, no sun. I avoid the sun. I mean, I lived in LA for, 20 something years and did not go into the sun. Sun's bad. Bad. I'm dead fish white. I am not genetically predisposed to go hang out in the sun, sadly. I wish I had melanin. It'd be wonderful. But sadly, I'm melanin challenged.
Yeah, that's a tough one for sure.
Yeah. Especially the sun now and in LA. It's brutal. There's no atmosphere. There's no ozone protection. You go outside, you burn. So I have a hat. That's my sun hat. Right?
There you go.
And
I think I'm gonna send you a Mexican sombrero.
Okay, I'm down. As
Full
long
on
as it's
mariachi
big,
mode.
it's got to have
yeah.
big brim. I have a blue velvet sombrero, but that's not something you really wear to the beach. It has all the gold on it and stuff.
Let's make it fashion.
Yeah, not really a beach hat, sadly. It also weighs like 30 pounds. Straw hats. Straw hats are good. And to be fair, there's some fabulous straw hats in Mexico.
Yes, indeed.
What are the Mexican cowboys called? Like the cattle cowboys.
Sombrero.
Yeah, no, but there's another word for it.
Well, now you're challenging me. I have no
They have
clue.
the big tassel. It's a specific type of cowboy that I think it's down in sort of on the coast. I can't remember. I can't remember my own name, let alone Mexican cowboys' names. But they have they're huge, flat brimmed with tassels hats that like the brand or the style is whatever it is. I thought I was going to be clever and buy one of those for Burning Man, and I kept seeing them, and like you had to go on to like a Mexican site with the specific word. They're hard to find from here, and Tom and like you see it advertisements for them, and they're like $30, $40, And then we finally found the site that actually sold them, because like you try to order them from them, and you can't order from those sites. And then I finally found a site that sold them. It was like $300. I was like, oh, I'm not spending $300 to buy a hat for Burning Man. I was like, that is probably not a good plan.
This Burning Man.
What is Burning Man? It's
Well, but you are no, I know what is Burning Man. I'm saying, but it's Burning Man.
yeah,
You know, like spoil yourself.
yeah. At Burning Man, I have a very large opportunity to lose whatever you take with you, and I'm not going to say why. There's just a good opportunity that you could lose it.
Well, it's a big space, right? And middle of
Yeah,
nowhere, so
big space,
it's
lots of
fair.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Right? And so, yeah. But there's some good hats in the world. I'm a big fan of big straw hats, though. Also a big fan of top hat. Top hat. I will so wear a top hat out. I'm pretty much willing to wear any stupid hat. I'm pretty down for wearing.
Wait, I have an idea.
Uh-oh.
Can we make your jewelry with a sombrero pattern just for fun?
Sure.
Or this one is a real project?
With this one?
Yes.
No. Well,
Just
yeah.
doodling.
Kind of.
Kinda.
It's a I need to make new forms, so I'm just exploring some forms to see if we can come up with something fun. But this is fairly biomechanical sort of stuff, so. Are you hammering in the background there? I hear
No, not at all.
click,
It's nothing.
click, click, click.
It's
Oh, yeah.
it's AKM.
Yeah.
It sounds like you have a bird.
No. Hi, sir. Hello.
Hello. How are we doing, sir?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
I got a question for you.
Of course.
About my career. I'm a graphic designer and a video editor. Working for a US company in India.
Okay.
My question is, I like motion graphics, so I'm learning Cinema 4D and After Effects combination. I am able to do some simple objects, 3D objects, and intermediate objects. My question is, can I get into ZBrush and start learning 3D character in depth for my motion graphics work, or it doesn't necessary to get in depth?
Oh, I
Because
think
I get in a dilemma. I love 3D works. When start doing, I love 3D works more than my old profession works. I love most. That's why I am asking.
yeah. Well, I would say that, especially that you have, some computer experience, I don't think
Yeah.
it's that big of a jump. It really just comes down to getting comfortable with the interface. And then there are places like Shane Olson's. He has a class is the wrong word. He has sort of a, what would you call it? Like an education platform, right? Where he
Okay.
teaches character design. Now he teaches stylized character design. But I
Okay.
think that it's a really good place to start because once again,
Okay.
like I was telling the person earlier, I don't know if you were here, that learning to see is just one of the most important things there is to sculpting. And
Okay.
Shane teaches you very clearly how to define form and figure out what the shapes of the body is and like how to identify the shapes and expressions and stuff. So I would say he's a very, very good place to start with character design. And also he's just a really competent teacher. So I think that's a very good place to start with the character stuff because it's not a race to it's not like just, here you go, you're going to sculpt, a realistic, Hulk or a realistic, Black Widow or a realistic blah, blah, blah. You're going to start just by identifying abstract shapes and getting them to turn into the body forms. And I
Okay.
think that's a really powerful place to start.
Okay. Yeah. I learned the interfaces of ZBrush and I started creating a creature of myself. But
Yeah.
thing is, it was okay for me. But when I'm posting in some forums and asking, yeah, why so much uh, creases on there? I think the creases will be look nice, like how to say, if, for an animal, no, so much of veins will look like the. I give so much veins,
Yeah.
so people, yeah.
Yeah. I
So
think,
I'm missing that consistency and the detail. It should be learning, right?
oh,
We
yeah,
will get,
without a doubt.
yeah.
And it's not brutally hard to learn. You just have
Okay.
to, want to learn and then put the time and energy into it. There's no shortcuts to anything really. It really just comes down to man
And
hours.
second question. Sorry for bothering you.
You're not
Uh,
bothering me. That's why I'm here.
yeah, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Thing is, which is the correct path? Because my mind is in dilemma. I need to sometime when I look digital paint, I'm so fond of that. And when I'm looking 3D like your works, I'm so fond of this jewelry works. And which to stop? What is the correct path to go? I mean, modeling or rigging or animation, or have a knowledge on everything, which is the
well,
best thing
the
according to
beautiful
you.
thing is that in all reality, so much of it is the same information.
Okay.
But if you want to do 3D printing and stuff, you just have to learn the very basics of like what does it mean to print something, right? Because if you're in the character animation world or in the product design world, well, product design a little bit more, but the ideas of how to build, because like for games and stuff, there's very specific topologies that you have to have to make it work as a game model and things like that. Well, the same thing is there for 3D printing. So you just need to learn the handful of things that you need to know that will allow you to create models that are printable, right? So it's not really learning this or that. If you just learn the handful of tricks, you can then understand what you have to do with your models to make them printable. So you can build animation models and then convert them into printable things. It's not that hard, but it is a different skill set. A lot of people don't understand that, because I know people who, make models. Well, I was going to say for at 4Enix that make models for video games, but
Mm.
they actually did a huge thing a few years ago where they do make, well, I mean, it's been 8 years, but they really concentrate on having the gaming assets, and then they instantly go into printing assets because they've understood that toys of these models are very, very important.
Mm-mm.
And so it's just learning a slightly different way of thinking about the geometry. And it's the same thing for just the difference in geometries for gaming models compared to film models, right? Those are different types of geometry, and that's all it is, just trying to wrap your head around
Okay.
what are the requirements of the pieces that you're working on. What is it that you want to do with them, and are you developing them in the same way? So I would say that you can learn both of them very easily. Well, I mean, very easily. The sculpting, you're going to have to take time to learn, right? But
Okay.
in an hour, I could teach you how to take, what are the things that you need to do, or what are the things you need to think about when you're going into printing and manufacturing. And I can teach you the basics of that in an hour, but it really comes down to, once again, sort of learning to look at the model in the
Mm.
way that it's going to do what you want it to do, outside of the computer. So, I don't think it's, yes, I think you can learn both without too
Yeah.
much drama. You just have to make sure that you're getting good information, because there are a lot of people I see, teaching jewelry design now and stuff, and they don't teach you how to make good models, and they actually don't want you to be their competition, so they don't give you real information, and it's sort of damaging to students. So just, you just need to make sure that you are getting good information when you learn how to do it. That's the only thing I say. But yeah, by all means, try to do it, because it's, like I said, it's not rocket science. You just have to rethink how to look about your models.
Yes, thank you so much.
Of course.
Yeah. Like in our work, no, we can't able to explore things in video editing or something. We need to bit fit into that guide what they said. We can't able to explore many things, and in India especially, I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the beauty is that the more, this is so stupid of a statement, but, the more you learn, the more you know, right? And so I would say just put as much in as you can and want to know. See, I have absolutely no interest in making gaming assets and making models for film. I'm manufacturing. I'm trying to get models out of ZBrush and into out of ZBrush and into physical objects. So that's now there are things that UVs do that could be helpful in that. So now I have to sort of learn a little bit more about UVs and some of that stuff. But before that, I have no interest in UVs. I don't care about how you make fake skins. That doesn't work for manufacturing. Like, you can't do any of those little tricks, because at the end of the day, you have to actually have that geometry there, or you can't take a picture of the model and then manufacture with it. You have to actually have the geometry there for it to work. And so, and that's what I mean, just trying to figure out what it is you're trying to do with the model, and then just make sure that you're tuning the models that you're working on to do what you want them to do,
Okay. Thanks, man. I will
Yeah.
go for mute. I got some work from home. Have a nice day.
You too.
Your works are so good, so good.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I admire. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, Shane's awesome. Shane's actually one of the people that pushed me into going into education a little bit more logically than how I was doing it before. He was like, you just got it. He's a very inspiring. So no, I have no plan whatsoever. If you all saw where we started with this, the original model didn't have lips, so I'm making stuff up as I go. And this is also why I sculpted a high subdivision level at the beginning of the part, is as I stretch and twist, I find little moments that I like, and then at a higher resolution, I can really start to develop the vocabulary of the part. And once I know where the part's going, I'll often drop, no, not delete lowered. We will lower resolution a little. And then I can come down here and start to make big moves and get all the advantages of the lower subdivision levels here. And I'll do my big surface moves down here and then come back up and really try to figure out, like, I throw down a lot of lines, so I'm always looking for where lines are connecting and crossing, and it's something interesting, and I just sort of track through it that way. Hey, Ghost, how's it going? So a lot of when I'm designing my own stuff or stuff for other people where there are no sketches, this is the process that I'll go through to develop parts, and that is just purely sculpt and doodle and futz and look at the surfaces and see where they're going and look at little areas and try to determine, you know, do I like it or not? And I just find it to be a much more organic way of coming to parts. So, but this is also why I like to work first in my very high res, because I can lay down a lot of very fine light lines and they don't build up and they don't get clunky and they don't get messy. I don't have to chase them around. And I use clay tubes because when I'm laying lines down, I'm always looking at the, let's start, enable control bar. I don't know why this reboots it. So when I'm working, I'm laying down things in clay tubes. One, because they don't build up. So every time I go over it, it's just sort of a layer. And then I'm always looking at this edge, because when I start laying lines down, and like I'm trying to figure out how thick I want this. So I'm going to just keep laying lines down and sort of want it. And now, like, okay, so now I know that I want that. With this until it. Okay, and then I'll cross over the top and knock the humps down to bring them to be slightly flatter objects. And now I have this very thin sort of rhythm. This is what I would call, like, this is sculptural block out, right? I'm not actually sculpting anything yet. I'm trying to figure out what I want to sculpt. And so I consider these sort of like, in animation, they're called beat boards, where you just get like every 10 frames and you try to figure out the rhythm of what's happening. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out the rhythm of my surfaces, the rhythm of my details, and I'm constantly looking for just something that's going to be the idiosyncratic, like, little texture spot, or, you know, the little moment that tells me where this is going. Because as of right now, I don't know. You know, these lines were created when I had the other stuff, and then I pushed it and wedged it. So, you know, I obviously had no inclination of what these would be. And then, you know, talking to you guys, we just sort of dug this out so I could show you what was happening in res, but I kind of like it. So I now have to decide where that goes. So. No. So it's just sort of sketching and digging and flirting with it, and, you know, just seeing what's going on. Why, thank you. Yeah, we're just futzing around trying to develop some form. And you can see I'm just trying to figure out where I like the look of that line and how it works. Come in behind it and center. But you can see that it's not building up, right? With clay tubes, I just decide I want to take a layer off and I just scroll through it, even consistent pressure, and it gives us great. Because I like this part of the mouth, but if we did sort of lose it, it's okay. Always like, excuse me, always like going back to the biomechanical stuff because this is so much my early vocabulary, sort of Art Nouveau biomechanical was really my inspiration. Louis Sullivan and Keeger. Lots of other couple. The German Art Nouveau was really very compelling. And then parts of the American art was spectacular stuff.
To me, Alfonso Mucha.
The what?
Alfonso Mucha.
Oh yeah.
For Art Nouveau, I love him.
No, he's brilliant. No, he especially for jewelry inspiration, I think Mook is definitely awesome because he did so much of his stuff had to do with frames and framing, and yeah, no, he was masterful.
Have you seen the cameos from Rio Grande? They have some cabochon from Alfonso Mucha.
Oh, really? Do they?
Yeah, beautiful.
Ooh, awesome. I don't know that I've seen this. Who's producing them?
Rio Grande.
Oh, it's a Rio product. Oh,
yeah.
Cool. Nifty. It's really. I wish Art Nouveau would come back as opposed to like bell bottom. I don't know how we always find the like most culturally devoid thing to bring back as returning culture. It's just killing me out here.
Because maybe it's a sign of decay.
It is. Excuse me. The joys of allergy. Every time I go to Spain, we don't go to Barcelona. You know, we go the other way and wind up in Valencia. And I really want to see the Gaudi church complete because they finished it like a while ago, didn't they? It's supposed to be pretty cool. The cathedral.
Are you referring to the La Gran Familia?
I believe so. Isn't that the spirally cathedral thing?
Yes, huge. That has been under construction for, I don't know, 100 years or what have you.
Yeah, it was literally 100 years. But didn't they finish it? Didn't they complete it?
I don't know.
I think they did. Or at least they finished enough of it where it's like open to the public. I'm pretty sure. Google that for me. For some reason I want to say they did.
up to Wikipedia is not finished yet.
Well, they must have finished something, because I just remember when we were in Spain, there was a big hado about them getting something done. And I was like, I want to go. And of course, no one else cares about architecture except me there. So it was like, I mean, in the group of people that I was with, not that no one cared. You know what I mean.
Sort of.
Say things like that. Be, oh yeah, no, the Spanish don't care about it, only you. I'm like, not quite what I meant. It's a pretty spectacular building. I'm a big fan of Hector Guillemot, the guy who did the Paris Underground entryways. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. I just didn't remember his name. I have to Google it, but I have seen his entrance.
Yeah, he's awesome. He did some really spectacular work. What is that? Anybody know what this window is and why I have it? Do you all see
That one's new to me.
It's sort of like magnification, but magnification's over here. That's magnifying glass. Look, I got double magnification. Anybody know what that little white square is? Oh, you know what? Look at this. Sneaky. That was Hawthorne. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Chat's very chatty tonight, are they? Always get nervous when chat gets quiet. It's like, uh-oh. The seeds of revolution. Thing that Art Nouveau and really taught me was to try to keep tension in your curves. It makes cool curves where things aren't just like half rounds, where it feels like, there's tension on your. That's something I'm always trying, is to give surfaces and lines tension. Thank you. But the one thing you don't want to do when you're sculpting in high res to begin with is get really squirrely and get, okay, well now I'm going to put a little line here. Yeah, don't get all tied up too tight too early. It's a constant fight. For those of you just joining us, please feel free to ask any questions. For those of you on YouTube, if you like what you see, hit subscribe. What's the other one? Subscribe and what? Like? Oh yeah, like. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you want to be notified, there's that little belly thing, and that'll tell you when. Like. How am I supposed to remember?
2 whole words.
I don't understand the words. Words. Word wars are always funny. It's like the greatest quote from Princess Bride ever is, I don't think. How's he say it? I don't think you know how that. I don't think you know what that word means, but he says it, I think, a little more cleverly. I don't think that word means what you think it means. Something. That's a very common. Like how people, and I mean a lot of people, misuse literally. That one makes me nuts.
Literally has been used to mean figuratively
I know.
for like 100 years.
It doesn't matter. So?
Language changes. Language adapts. It's not set in stone. Even the definition in the...
Well, it's just like symbologist. That was never a word until Dan Brown. You studied symbology. You were not a symbologist. It's not a real word. But now it's a real word. Thank you, Dan Brown. Words matter. Philology. Philology matters. Yeah, but axed is now in the dictionary. Okay? Sorry.
Did you answer Comic's question?
No,
if you need to make some big changes, would you ZRemesh project and then make the changes, but then Dynamesh again?
It completely depends on if you're mangling the mesh. So, like, you know, this mesh, 33 million polys, if I've been doing a lot of sculpting, you know, the Z-remeshing could be a pain in the butt, right? But I mean, from here, no, I would just lower res all the way down to here. And, you know, we've put a lot of work into some subtle stuff that wouldn't say a lot of work, but you know what I mean? We've done a lot of work. And let's say I want this to be rounder. Come on. Push this down. And as long as you're doing it at this low level, right? When we come back up to our higher subdivision level, we don't lose the sculpting, right? So it completely depends on what kind of like what kind of mesh problems you're talking about doing. The only time I'll dynamesh something is when, one, I'm trying for effects, right? Like Ash does. You can take a lower poly mesh and drag it out and get some of these distortions. And then if you dynamesh this, it'll try to deal with that stuff, and you can use that as some very cool surface rhythming. Or if I want to, let's say I want you know, this lip to come up here. So we'll mask this off, and then I can take this and punch it through the surface, and then Dynameshing will turn that into a single mesh. So I'll use Dynameshing then. I'll use Dynamesh to fix problems that there aren't ways out of necessarily. I mean, like, I'll use Dynamesh, but I don't sculpt in Dynamesh. Now, I say that, but let's say it's at the end of the model and I've Dynameshed it to join a bunch of stuff. If I know I'm not going to remesh all over again because we're just going to decimate it, like, I'll sculpt on a Dynamesh at the end as the step before decimation, but I'll almost never sculpt on a Dynamesh. Like I said, I'll use a Dynamesh to put the tools where I want them, but no, I don't sculpt in Dynameshes usually, because I want my subdivision levels. My subdivision level is important to me in how I sculpt. So yeah, I don't sculpt much in. Oh yeah, no, we're at 33 million polys. We have lots of subdivision. I'll start off with a subdivided model.
What makes you choose to sculpt at 33 million versus 2 million?
Well, so at 2 million, I'll show you. So we're at, it really depends on how big your base mess is, right? But at 2 million, right, as I'm sculpting along and I'm laying line, let's come up here. And I like to lay a bunch of lines down and start to see what my surfaces are doing. And you can do that here, right? But if I decide that I want to pick one of these and I smooth, it completely, like, I use smooth stronger, so it completely eliminates my lines, right? Where if we are back here up at, there we go. If we're at 33 million, I can put down a bunch of lines, and then I can tune which ones I want with my smooth stronger by coming in and just kind of getting rid of the areas that I don't want. But as you notice, I'm not really getting rid of much, right? So by doing my sculptural block up at higher resolutions, it allows me to sketch on my surface a lot, right? It's like, okay, so do I want this to happen? And honestly, I'm at 3, like, because we're kind of moving. You notice I'm at 2Z intensity. And what that allows me to do is lay down a bunch of lines and figure out which one I like. So it's sort of like, I don't know how many of you are sketchers, but it's like sketching in a blue pencil before you actually get out your lead pencil. And you throw down all your lines. You're like, okay, and so now I can come in, I'm going to kick this up to 3. And I'm going to use the edge of my brush here. And I can come in and define. And I want this to come down. I like that line right there. Oh. And so it allows me to pick here without too much commitment to my surface, right? Because if I don't like this, I'm just going to drop 3. And let's say, I mean, you can just undo it, obviously, but this allows me to drop, come down here, smooth this out at a lower level, high res, smooth it. Res, smooth it out, and high res, and now I'm kind of back where I started, right? And so it allows me to, so with subdivision levels, I'm thinking of smoothing as 2 different things, okay? There's smoothing, and then there's relaxing your meshes, okay? So this was smoothing, right? I have a surface, I have a light texture or a line or something on the surface. I want to come in and get rid of that get rid of these lines. I'm smoothing the surface. So I consider this smoothing. And so it's easier to control what you're smoothing off the surface at a higher resolution. Now, there's relaxing your mesh. And let's say that, you know, I have these, I have like these dents and stuff in it, right? And I thought I wanted a denty surface, but I don't. Okay, so how do you get rid of it? Oh, I'm going to smooth it. Well, you're going to come in here and smooth. You're not going to be able to get rid of that form, right? All you're doing is smoothing the detail off the surface. So what do? We lower our res. And now this allows us to come in and relax the mesh back to its, you know, a more smooth. So we're actually changing the form, not the surface, if that makes sense. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to relax my mesh back to the shape that I want it. High res. But you see how it, once you really relax the form, it doesn't retain so much of it. So as we come back up, you'll notice that it's not getting those lumps. Unlike the surface detail, which it retains as it goes up and down. And here. So that was relaxing the mesh. I went down, I changed my base shape, and as I came back up, it didn't go back to the lumpinesses, right? Because we've relaxed the squares to be square. Now, every time it comes up, it looks at what was on the square originally, and it kind of tries to project that down. And here, we'll do this. I mean, we can do this even here. Get some bumps. Okay, so we have some bumps. And I'm coming in, got my clay tubes, and I have some rings around this, and then I have some little shapes that are coming off of it. Pretty happy with this. Woohoo, look, we're so happy. But along the way, we decided that we don't want those lumps. How do we deal with it? We lower our res down to very low. And I relax the geometry. So we've removed the lumps. So I've relaxed the mesh. Now as I come up higher res, you can see that it's projecting those humps, but they're no longer humps, right? That's pretty much the depth of the brushes that I was using. But let's say, let's smooth that out just again. I come up higher. And you can see that the base form didn't retain those lumps, but it retained the surface detail as it comes up. So it's a way to control your... What do we... Did that answer that question?
Yes.
Okay.
We were talking in the chat about the conversation from last week about editing a character out of Daz in ZBrush and then going back into Daz.
And using it to pose it and stuff?
Yeah, we may have found a video for it.
Is it flip normals do it?
Yep.
Oh. Cool. If I'd only... That's super exciting if we... Because there are definitely some characters that I would like to make multiple little statuettes out of. And as far as like making like little D&D miniatures and stuff, sculpture character once, hit those pose buttons, boop, 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 and go. I like that idea. Yeah. Daz for manufacturing.
Yeah, I haven't been able to watch the video yet, but he definitely seems to go back and forth between ZBrush and Daz.
The question is, does he pose those Daz models once they're back in Daz?
Yes.
All right, then.
So he's, and again, I've only scrolled through the timeline. I haven't
Right.
I haven't really watched the video, but he's starting out in Daz with the Genesis 8.
Okay.
Goes to ZBrush, sculpts the heck out of it for a little over 10 minutes, and then goes back to Daz with what is definitely not a full resolution version of the model, but it is the model he just sculpted. And he poses it in Daz, and then somehow magically those pose changes show up in ZBrush.
Well, I'm assuming that's through GoZ.
Yeah. From reading the comments, it seems like not subdividing or changing the base
Original.
mesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How high a resolution of base mesh can you get out of Daz? Can you get one that you can actually sculpt on?
His base is a mil.
Oof. That's rough.
Yeah. But I think in Daz, you can get. I want to say I pulled a character out that was 4 mil, but I'm not.
Well, 4 mil's a little bit more realistic as far as being.
Well, now I'm scrolling through this video. 2 minutes in, he's at 1 mil. 2 minutes. And then he goes down. Then he goes up to 4 mil somehow. So he's subdividing or something. Yeah, I'll just have to watch the video.
Yeah, because that's something I really want to be. Especially if we start doing miniature stuff. I definitely want that to be part of that little integrated system.
Mm-hmm.
And does he change the like? Can you take the normal guy and turn him into a dwarf? You know, change his body. You know,
He didn't. It's still
pretty much the same.
Yeah, just a lot of detail added on to the Genesis 8. Proportions are all the same.
I did look into it, and apparently you can do all the rigging in Maya.
We don't want to use Maya.
Yeah, same.
I mean, sure,
So
I can spend
I was like,
$150,000 on a Ferrari too. You know, like, yeah. I'm sure Eric would be super stoked. She's like, "Hey, Eric, would you mind rigging all this stuff in Maya?"
I guarantee you he would mind.
I know for a fact he'd mind. He'd be like, "I hate you so much." Yeah, that would be a bad friend move. You're a very bad friend. Bad friend. All I know is all those Daz creators can't be using Maya.
Well, how many of them are using it for 2D versus animation? But I mean, I think if you just pull the model straight out of Daz, it's rigged already. It's the going to ZBrush and then back step.
Right. Because like I said, it would be so great for miniatures to be able to change the thing, sculpt the miniature, and then take it in, and you know, they have all those predefined poses, or you can save any pose. You know, you predefine your poses.
Yeah. But if you know what your end goal is, if you know you're in it to sculpt a dwarf, make the Genesis 8 model dwarf.
A dwarf. Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I get good point. Good point.
But if you already have a model that you made in ZBrush and it is very abnormal proportions, I think it would be very difficult to take the Genesis, export it out of Daz, and then project it to the thing that you have.
Right. You would have to get it as close as you could.
Yeah.
To that form. Well, it's cool that we see someone doing it, though, because that makes my little workflow for miniatures much closer to reality. Because I definitely want to do a set of miniatures here soon. When I say soon, I mean end of next year soon. That's soon to me.
Good. We've got enough work to do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. That ain't happening this year. No. Not a chance. Did we ever figure out if there was the thing you could do to make it not default to the lowest sub D?
Oh, no, I didn't look it up last time, but I will. I will now.
I really need to go through this and just spend a day and get this in my Stream Deck back in order. Editing without my Stream Deck really is a nightmare. I always love it when you forget you have your Space Mouse on your desk and you move things around, you set something on top of it, and then you can't figure out why your screen is just incessantly scrolling. Why are you scrolling? Always a joy. It's a good one. Dash a good one. So my roommate decided to watch Handmaid's Tale. Have you seen it?
No.
I read the
Yeah,
book.
super cool.
Yeah, it's just, you know, when it's too close to home, you're just like, oh.
Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't watch the last season.
It's like there were people who would vote for this right now, without a doubt.
Okay, Tomas, you ready for an instruction?
Okay, what is it?
Go to preferences.
Okay, preferences,
Go to performance.
performance.
And the Q trans threshold 1 slider.
Mm-hmm.
Drag it all the way up to 50.
Whoop. Wait for it. Ooh, look at that. Okay, awesome sauce.
Save.
So that's a store configuration,
Yeah, I think you got to store that config.
or is it save UI? I think it's just
Ooh.
config.
Yeah, I think it's config.
Okay. Because they don't store the same things all the time. Thank you,
D
sir.
wants to know, what is the best way I can present and render my final ZBrush sculpt? Is the inbuilt renderer any good?
If you're trying to do things that are non-photorealistic, it has some NPR renderings things that are pretty awesome. Eric has produced some really beautiful things just in ZBrush, but ZBrush integrates with KeyShot now. And I would say if you're trying for beautiful renderings, I think you're going to have a much easier time in KeyShot than you are in ZBrush alone. Like I said, there are people out there who are getting spectacular renderings out of ZBrush, but they're very stylized. I mean, well, there are some good ZBrush renderers out there. But yeah, I would say that you're probably far better off just using the KeyShot integration in rendering in KeyShot. I mean, or if you have Marmoset or any of the other things, of course you can use those as well. But I would say you'll probably have more success in high-end rendering in a different program. And now watch me get mugged for that because I don't really render. So I'm giving you information I got from when we were beta testing each of these, the new beta tests. So I don't always upkeep my information as far as the things that or what can be done with rendering stuff.
I don't think anyone would argue with you on that.
Okay.
For photorealistic, you'll want an external renderer.
Yeah.
For stylistic, cartoony, saturated, fun renders, BPR is great.
It is. It's pretty cool. And I've seen people produce beautiful renders in ZBrush, but it's not like the top shelf, photorealistic renders that you see. I don't know that anyone is doing those in ZBrush. Lip lump. Lip lump. So instead of sitting there futzing with the lip lump, just come down here and smooth the lump out. Yeah. And it'll turn like subdivisions into different paint selections, so you can just click and drop paint into things you've already broken up into subdivisions. I mean, it integrates really well.
Subdivisions.
I mean, polygroups.
Subtools? Polygroups.
No, polygroups.
Yeah.
I did that in my video about polygroup. Eric was like, I think you mean polygroups. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, isn't that what I said? He's like, no, that's not what you said. Shot, they wind up as a linear menu element that could be mistaken for polygroup. No, I said polygroups, damn it. I quit. I'm changing definitions. I'm taking polygroups back. I mean, see, now I can't even say subgroup.
No, you're not.
I'm
no,
not. Yeah. It's embarrassing. Yeah, I'm taking subdivision back. It's like, nope. No, actually, that's just the word that we asked you not to explain to explain. It's like, I'll often stroke across. So, like, if you're doing this, and you can sort of wind up with lumps, what I find is that if you stroke across the stroke at a 90, you can get rid of some of that lumpiness. I like it. And also I use a lot of hash marks and stuff. Another really cool thing is no back and forth. So you can see how these have that, and I wasn't necessarily trying to not have these shapes, right? You know, as you're stroking across it and you're moving, you're getting the up, down, you're getting these diamonds instead of just hash marks. It's really cool if you hit go back and forth, and then you come in, and as long as you keep your movement really even, you wind up with not the zigzaggy, but with really nice straight. Nice. But then turn it off.
3D printer and resin do you use for your models?
We primarily use the forms and solidscapes, but I really like the purple as a prototyping resin. It really holds detail. It's a beautiful print. Burnout wise, though, it becomes issues. Or, I mean, unless you're tuning your entire shop on burning out Formlabs castables, you can have problems with them. But in that case, we're either doing our production casting, like we'll do all of our prototyping with the Formlabs, and we use all kinds of different resins. I mean, we use the dental base, we use gray, we use, you know, it depends on what I want to do with that prototype model. But as far as castables go, we have cast with the purple and we have cast with the blue, but often it's just much easier to do a silicone mold and then mold one of those resins, right? Because castables are very tricky, and all resin castables have issues only because they're resins, they're not wax. And so you can tune your casting process where you can get any of them to work, but it definitely, you have to get your burnouts right. You just have to tune your shop to using that resin. It looks like we're going to get our hands on a couple of the more affordable printers. We've been talking to Elgu and Anycubic, and it looks like they're going to send us some printers, and I'm trying to get a hold of, I don't have a Frozen representative to talk to, but I'm really interested in talking to the Frozen representatives to get a hold of one of their, I guess it's the new 8K Mini, that's supposed to be really good. So we're going to start probing some of the cheap printers, and because from the looks of it, some of them are actually starting to produce things that are, you know, comparable to the much more expensive printers. The real thing about those printers, the cheap printers, is software support, and, you know, just, is it something that you can plug in and use, as opposed to have to be a maker, or, you know, where you're going to sit there and fiddle faddle with it every time you want to make a print. And I mean, yeah, that's great, but that's still, as far as I'm concerned, if you have to go through all that, that's a hobby machine. It's not something you're going to make money off of, because you need to be able to just send someone in there and change the print. And, you know, you need it to be fairly idiot proof for it to be a useful tool in a shop. So, I mean, once again, unless, of course, you have the one guy who loves to do it and blah, blah, they're always, yes. But that's not the scenario. but I would say getting a solid state print is probably the most guaranteed print you can get. And I mean, even they fail, you know. It's printing. Printing is voodoo. Like, depends on what temperature the moon is and directionality of humidity, weather, and it's voodoo. Yeah, Henry knows a lot about the other printers. He's one of those guys who actually takes the time and energy to figure things.
Yep. I do prefer working with the form. Um, I prefer the software that comes with the other printers. I'm not a big fan of preform, but the reason I'm not a big fan of it is because Formlabs has spent a lot of time testing all of their resins and deciding what support types are best for them, and they force you to use tip sizes that they know work and support densities that they know work and blah blah blah. Whereas with Chitubox and Lychee, it's entirely in your control. You can use as many or as few supports as you want. You can change the tip size, the base size, the stem sizes. You can make the stems all merge with one another to save resin. You can do all kinds of stuff. But on those lower end printers, that makes everything far more difficult because then you are figuring out if the thing you've constructed is actually printable instead of knowing when it comes out of preform,
It's going to
one
be
click
printable.
later, it's going to print.
Yeah.
So where in preform, I would really prefer they gave me a little more control of my supports. At least I know when I turn my printer on a couple hours later, I'm going to have a successful print.
Yeah. And often, like, you know, I still have failures on the form, but most of the time that's me being in a hurry, printing it flat, you know, just doing something silly because I'm in a hurry. Usually if I have form failures, it's my fault in that sense. You know what I mean? Where if I spent the 10 minutes and looked at my model, I would have done it differently. But it's a very solid system as far as, but it's a
the
very
other benefit. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
The other real benefit is when I first got CW40, I couldn't get it to print no matter what I did, and I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong, and I was able to just email Formlabs or set up a support ticket, and they ran a bunch of tests with me, and we figured it out, and now I can print C40 flawlessly. But if you get an Elegoo Anycubic frozen, they probably didn't make the resin that you're going to use. They don't know what settings you should have for that resin. They don't
Right.
know your supports and all that. So it's very difficult to get good support, customer support, I mean.
Yeah.
Whereas Formlabs, they made the resin. They're the ones forcing you to use the support types
So
that are
they
available for that resin. Yeah.
So they have a pretty good idea of what the problems are when there are
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah, they know exactly what to suggest.
Yeah.
And I mean, they have a customer support team for you to get help from, whereas
Which,
Anycubic and Elegoo and all them
really don't.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's the printer is malfunctioning, they'll help with that. They have
Sure.
good customer support in those sorts of ways. But if you say, I'm using blue cast resin and it's coming out with layer lines and something, they're going to be like, I don't know, you should probably call blue cast. And blue cast is going to go, I don't know, you should probably call Anycubic.
Yeah. And that's where, and that right there is really one of the things considering a prosumer machine versus a hobby machine, Because, like I said, I've seen spectacular prints come off of a lot of these things, you know. But the ease of use is a very big deal if you're talking about having it as a shop tool. Because you get a new employee, you know, they shouldn't have to go to college to be able to start the printer. But it's super, super exciting that, you know, these printers are coming in and making it where if you do spend the time and energy on it, you really can have pretty darn close to professional. Well, I would say professional for 80% of the people who make models. You're going to be able to do anything that any of the other printers can do.
Oh yeah.
Printability wise.
There's lots of casting houses out there now operating on a Mars or whatever.
Right.
There's Tiny Desk Customs is an Instagram account that I really like. They do some pretty phenomenal work, and the only printer they have in house, or the last time I talked to them at least, was a Mars.
Sure. And that's what I'm saying. But, you know, that's a shop that's tuned to that machine. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like, and I guarantee you, most of those people have been in printing for a while, and, you know, or at least the people who start at that shop. You know what I mean? And, you know, they can accomplish stuff with that, which is
Yeah.
great. But if you're like, hey, I'm going to start a small business in my garage, you know, I've seen like early B9 problems, right? And people, because it was a $6,000 printer then, you know, people bought it to start their small shops, and then they couldn't get a print off of it. And they really, you know, that it destroyed their business in a lot of ways, you know, because they couldn't compete with people who had printers that they could go print on. Yeah, that's interesting. What support generator are you using, Ghost? Is that the one that
Yeah, that was my preferred one. After Chitubox went a little all about the money, and I switched to Lychee, it was, yeah, I sincerely prefer Lychee. Their support generation system, their island detection algorithm is top notch.
really nice?
I mean, bar none. It if Preform does not compete with Lychee's island detection.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm locked into Cheeto Box.
Oh yeah. I mean, we already figured out a way around that for you, but it is an annoying step.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the plug and play, but
Yeah.
I figured Lychee will be working in something like that because a lot of people is mad about the encryption.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what you were telling me about, wasn't it? Where they all of a sudden decided to.
Yeah, they locked the controller boards to only use Chitubox software,
That's
and then started charging for Chitubox.
yeah, that's not nice.
Yeah.
That right there is some bad business as far as I'm concerned. Not like they care, but but supposedly the Frozen 8K is supposed now is that a DPL now? Or
DLP.
DLP? I mean, it's exciting that, you know, these companies are doing well, you know, because it really puts pressure on the other machines. I remember having a conversation with Solidscape saying, guys, I mean, you bar none have the most producible models there are. You know, I mean, but it's a pain in the butt. You know, you really have to, if you are not running all the time, you know, that printer can be a nightmare. And it was like, they were like, oh, Formlabs, no. It's like, Now look. But sadly, the same thing's going on with Formlabs. You're like, all right, guys, you know, you need to do this, 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 this. Or, you know, these little printer companies are, and they're right. You know, like I said, without that support and without the information about the resins and, you know, just a one stop shop for troubleshooting, you know, the other ones will not be professional machines, you know. And when I say a professional machine, I am talking about being able to run your shop off of it, you know. Unless you're a tinker, you know what I mean? Unless you're going to sit there and figure out what's wrong with it. But most people don't have time for that. I mean, that's a service bureau thing, not a shop thing. Talk about a hanger. Be a heavy D. For a little earring. This bug could go.
It's a thick boy.
Yeah. So I think we're going to get the Anycubit Mars, but it's the one that's the larger format Mars that they're releasing next month.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because they said the what's the one that the mono what's the one that they just kickstarted that Joff did the demo on?
I don't know. There's so many of them.
Mega Maximus. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
No, there's so many.
They're DLP
Mm.
or DPL. DLP?
DLP.
DLP.
Digital light projection.
Oh, right. Because she was like, we don't have any to send out because we're about to go into fulfillment. And she's like, all of them need to go to people who ordered them right now. He's like, later in the year, you know, of course, but, you know, they're right at the time they're releasing it. So he's like, hey, but this is a bigger format one. Interested in that? It's 34 microns. Let's see. It's supposed to be a 34 micron XY.
Is that one the Photon Ultra?
No, it's
Is it Elegoo?
no. That's Anycubit. It's the Mars. I haven't heard from Elegoo. I sent them a bunch of them. And they printed it in pink and sent me pictures. I'm like, I can't see anything in the picture. Thanks. bu- 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 Any cubic photon mono X 6K.
Yeah.
34 micron.
Yeah, that's basically the one that I had.
No, this says one of its kind.
There's only one of them. They're gonna send it to you.
One of its kind. No. But I guess it's just the higher resolution and the bigger build platform. You had a Mars mono?
No. Photon S. The mono came out right after the S series. And the biggest difference is the screen resolution. For the most part, the hardware is all the same.
Sure. Yeah, it's just different projector or LCD.
LCD screen, yeah.
Yeah. I'm really interested in the DPL.
DLP.
It seems like interesting technology. I mean, it makes sense, you know. Like I said, the Solus produced beautiful prints, and that was a projector. The Carbon's a projector, isn't it? That's why it's so fast.
No, I don't know that I've ever heard of the Carbon.
Really? It's like the fastest printer in the world. And they weren't selling them. They only leased them or something. They're like $80,000. They were very, very pleased with it. If you can buy them. Carbon. Carbon D. Carbon 3D. Digital light synthesis assist. That's a human hair. You know what that'll do? Separate print. $100 times curing and baking. 100 times.
Wow. Yeah, I'm good. They're not going to tell you.
No, but you can come out here and go. What are they calling? What was it? DL. Carbon 3D printing, $25,000 a year. So they're still not selling them. You have to lease them.
Yeah, that seems unnecessary.
Yeah, that seems absolutely crazy. I mean, accuracy up to 40 microns. Like, I don't even understand what I think is it just the speed that they're excited about? I mean, I don't understand what they think is so fantastic
Mm-hmm.
to pay $25,000 a year.
For their lowest end model.
Yeah.
The M2 is $50,000 a year. You have to sign a minimum 3-year contract and are required to buy an accessory pack at $12,500. So minimum $162,000.
I mean, and they were at the summit. The models are not like spectacular. You know what I mean? Especially when they're across the table from a printer they had something Moon, I can't remember, at the ZBrush Summit, and it was like their prints. Yeah, the carbon was a little bit better, and I guess it was a lot faster. I guess their whole thing is they're like one of the fastest printers in the world. But so what? I don't understand.
So I think Ratatouille got a little confused when we were talking about printing our jewelry. Why anyone would want to wear resin jewelry.
Oh well, people are actually selling resin jewelry now, which I find interesting, and I agree with you. I don't know why anyone wear 3D printed resin jewelry. No, we print the wax, and then it becomes sort of like a lost wax. So it goes through the standard casting process. Hold on, let's go to Etsy.
Etsy.
Yeah, Etsy. Etsy, 3D printed jewelry on Etsy.
Let me find a video from Jeff to send.
No, that's good.
Here is a lost resin casting guide from our good buddy Bog.
Indeed. Anybody who has printer questions, he's really got how 3D industry is disrupting the jewelry industry. Disrupting. It's been printing for 25 It means that you put the wax, you pour plaster around the wax, and then you burn the wax out. So that's how the cavity is formed. Or pouring in the metal into the cavity that's left when you lose the wax or burn it out. Mm-hmm. The lost wax. Do I have a casting machine in my house? Not in my house.
I do.
I don't even have a printer in my house right this minute. Sadly. Oh, I need to pay my storage.
Yeah, I gotta pay your storage.
What day of the month is it?
18.
Ooh. I have an odd feeling I totally forgot I said that. Oops. All right. Excuse me, everyone. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I will be right back. Tap dance, Henry. Be right back.
What do you think, Henry? Will you cast for us?
What was that?
What do you think? Will you cast for us?
You don't want me doing your casting. The process takes so long and it's so finicky that I'm basically afraid to do it as often as I want to. Like I'll 3D print stuff, I'll put it on a wax tree, and I'll go, yeah, I'm gonna cast this over the weekend because it's like a 16-hour process, and once you start it, you can't stop. As soon as that investment powder touches water, the 16-hour timer starts, and you had better be ready with melted metal at the end to pour. And it's just such a stressful process that I just don't do it. I will do the print, I will tree it up, I will get it ready in a flask, and then it will sit on my shelf for 3 months.
So is it like kind of hard to profit out of the jewelry made with that?
No. It's so I have my castings done by a professional caster. In my case, Rio Grande. They have a facility highly tuned for this with machines that are more expensive than my house, and they get exceptional results. Whereas I can get decent results. I could definitely have sellable results, like Etsy quality. Um, if I put the time into, I don't know, just sort of getting over my fear of the process. Yeah, I mean, if you really, well, not even if you really wanted to, if you just wanted to, you could make money doing your own casting at home. For professional results, it is far more time consuming and less costly to just have a caster do it for you. Because I
But
can send I can do my own casting here, and it'll cost me pennies on the dollar, or I can have Rio do it. That one casting will be slightly more expensive, but they can mold it for me. They can wax inject it, and the price goes way, way down for 100 pieces. I would be spending more money making
Like I
those
can't
100.
hear anything.
so just to have a number in my head, how much is it for just to, let's say, to print one piece? Because
Um,
as a tedious process that you're describing it sounds to me like it's gonna be really expensive and
no,
then
no, expensive does not equal tedious. I mean, the resin probably costs 50 cents,
well,
if
no,
that.
no,
Go
but
ahead.
I mean for other people, like if you send it to for someone to do it for you.
Ah, um, so depending on the piece, obviously it depends on the piece. Um, I would say our really high-end casts from Rio cost about $100 for a one-off. If we were having them make a mold and do wax injection, subsequent casts would cost significantly less. I'm going to say maybe 20 to $50.
Huh.
Yeah.
So it's really the mold that it's really tedious to do, because like you have to make just one mold for one piece.
Well,
Well, yeah. So
if the first
imagine
mold works, like so a
Yeah.
lot of times when you pay large money for production molds, they make that mold 3 or 4 times so it releases perfectly, so it gets there. You know, they're actually tuning that. Like if they mess up the mold, they're not going to be like, oh well, sorry, we need you to pay for another mold. You know, so for real manufacturing molds, they know they work, they know that they're going to be able to use them. You know, they're so you're paying a lot for that sort of research and development. The other thing they're going to do is go over your model and make sure it's print or, you know, productionable, where it's printable and castable and all of that. Because a lot of people don't know how to make things manufacturable. And so they have these beautiful models, but you just can't manufacture them. And so they have to sit there and rebuild that model to make sure that it is fabricationable. And so that's why there a lot of times, I mean, the first part can be like $600 to $900 if you don't know what you're doing, you know, and that's where a lot of the little shops charge a fortune to do those first models, because they're having to depend on you being educated, and there are a lot of people who are just not educated to be able to produce those production molds the first round.
And let's take a step back, because we have not yet had Rio mold any of our products. Every time we're going to open a jewelry store here in the next couple of weeks, and every time someone orders a ring, that ring doesn't exist. We don't have stock. There isn't a mold. They are going to hand produce every single one of them, at least until we've sold enough to warrant the molding process. Because imagine we've got 4 rings, each available from size 6 to 13. Every size needs its own mold, and the molding process is expensive. So if I know I'm going to sell a lot of 7s, maybe I'll have them mold it in a size 7, so the cost of that ring can go down. But
Were
none
we
of the
talking
prices
about Rio specifically? Sorry,
yeah,
I came in the
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so that $100 that I was talking about that it cost for them to make a ring, that's because, like my ring, the eyeball ring, for example, if you've seen it, that takes them 36 hours to print every single time.
Because it's being
Damn.
printed on a solid scape.
It's being printed on a solid scape at, I think, 19 micron resolution.
Yeah.
So it takes 36 hours per ring. And if I've only sold one ring, they're only printing one of them in that 36 hours. It'd be a little faster if they were printing like a dozen of them.
Well, not really.
A little.
A little,
But
but
not
not much. No, I mean, one of my, like my Green Man ring, in size 13. Oh no, it was the Mayan skull ring. in a size 13 took 56 hours to print.
Yep.
One ring.
Yeah. So imagine,
Damn.
we've got this huge company taking the time of their some $100,000 printer for 36 hours straight. The only thing it's working on is my ring. And they don't have 100 of these machines. They've got,
They bought it to do our parts, actually.
I'm surprised it's only $100 then.
right. It justifies the cost.
And the prints
when
are
everything-
dramatically better.
they're
I mean,
as good as it gets.
yeah. I mean, it is. Why they're so good is because the material, well, one, it'll print at 19 microns, right? But the other thing it does is it comes across and shaves every layer. So instead of being able to get, over time and printing, you get little distortions in the surface. And that's how you wind up at the end of a print to have sort of an orange peel surface. A SolidScape comes back with this rotating, like a push lawnmower's rotating blade. It does that over each, so it'll print it, and then it drops. And they bring the little shaver thing in, then it goes, and it razors it so it's a perfectly smooth surface every time you lay down the next surface. I mean, unless it blows up or something, but yeah, and that's why it takes 50 hours. It's not that it's just laying down. It's also additive. So it's literally taking a hot, goozy liquid and onto the next layer, and then it shaves that flush, shaves it flush, shaves it flush. So it's a perfect surface every time. So you don't get any of the exponential distortion from not having a thingy-mabob. But if you're going to make 100 rings, make a mold.
Yeah. But if you're going to make 100 size 7, size 8, size 9, size 10s,
Yeah, that's where
quite a lot of molds.
it is. And that's where, well, when I was doing it, what I had was every first order paid for the first mold. Right.
That's valid.
And so then I started, and then I'm only getting molds of the ones that I'm producing.
Yeah.
Right. And so that worked out really well for me. And they held the molds, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was Casting House, but same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
And I would say if you want production molds, because once you have a production mold, you can take that anywhere, right? And that's another reason they don't just give you molds. But I just did it where every time the first ring order, I just didn't make much profit off that, and it paid for the first mold. And then I had a production mold for every piece that was ever ordered. So there are ways of doing it, slightly more economically, but no, jewelry is not a cheap thing to do. That's why if anyone ever really does come up with a printer that can actually just print parts that you can sell, that will change the industry. Because right now we've just, and I mean, don't get me wrong, printers have changed the industry. But, it's sort of changed. Basically what it changed was wax carving. Right.
Is this how all jewelry is done?
Yes.
All. Let's define all. I mean, there's still lots of people hand carving waxes, making out of metal stock.
Right. I mean, yeah. There's injection metal molding, which is basically the same process, except you are literally injecting metal into a metal mold. There's fabrication, of course, where people take, wire and build up form and, take raw and hammer it into a shape, like sculpting in metal. So fabricating, right? There are people who still carve waxes, which is basically the person is the printer, right? You're generating that wax.
Yeah.
But yes, most manufactured pieces of jewelry are done with lost wax. It just, I would say most pieces of jewelry
Yep.
are done with gloss wax and have been for thousands of years.
Yeah. Even if the first one is made by hand out of sheet stock, it's still going to get molded and cast.
Yeah.
For production.
Because, I mean, even the Scythians were casting some of that stuff. And what was that? 1,100 years ago? I mean, it's just an efficient way of doing things. Well, efficient way of manufacturing.
All this time, I thought you sculpted all this jewelry to be resin printed.
No. I don't sell resins of anything. If I ever find a good glow-in-the-dark material, I am doing a run of my skull rings in glow-in-the-dark resin. But
now, you can add mica powders and extremely small grain pigments to resin. I watched a video about that long ago, or not that long ago.
can we do it to Formlab stuff?
I would bet we could. The resin needs to be clear.
Well, there's clear. I have clear resin.
Yeah, and then you just mix in a handful of glow powder.
Really?
Yeah,
We're going to have to try that.
or you're going to ruin your tank.
Well, I mean, we would buy a tank for that without a doubt.
Hello?
Can't we do resin to silicone mold, then to wax? Yes, that's
Yes,
what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about doing. Yeah.
Hello, whoever just joined chat.
Oh,
Hi,
thanks.
who is that?
That's Rizu.
Oh, hey.
Oh, what's up?
How we doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yourself?
Good. Just sitting here, whittle-waddling around.
It's nice to see you sculpting.
Yeah, it's been a while. I decided that I should be sculpting. So we're going to do sculpting twice a month and critiques twice a month. Or every other week, however that plays.
I have a question.
Of course.
What's the biggest thing stopping you from coming up with some extravagant sort of $1 million diamond ring or necklace or something? What's the sort of biggest hurdles or
Money.
general process for that?
Just buying the materials. I mean,
Right.
I have pieces that if we use the correct materials and had it, like I'm sure you've seen the cicada pendant, right? So if that
Yeah.
cicada pendant were actually constructed and done with plique de jour, how I want it, I mean, that's easily, a $250,000 to $500,000 piece.
Right.
What?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. The plique would be worth, $150,000 alone.
Okay, which one is that one? I want to see it. I haven't seen it.
The cicada. I'll find a link.
I've got a link here already. There you go.
And so much of that is just the craftsmanship it would take to,
Oh.
because there are only a handful of people that do that kind of plique anymore. It's just not.
Yeah.
It's a skill that's gone in so many ways. And so to have it done correctly with plique, we could sell that for, depending on our brand, right? You could easily, like, if I were more well known in the celebrity world, I could easily sell that for $500,000, easily. But that's why I'm moving to LA, so I could actually brand it out to some of these celebrities
You said
and
you had to.
people with wealth. What was that?
Sorry, you said you would have to buy the materials and purchase the diamonds yourself, or would you be able to work with somebody else or another company to
Oh yeah, of
to sort
course.
fund that part of it?
You
and
could,
then-
yes. there are people, I mean, like, I've talked to, there's a place called OMI Gems, and we're going to do a collaboration where they provide the stone and I do the piece and they do the manufacturing, and then we just split the profits from the sale, because they sell $500,000 pieces $500,000 pieces all the time. COVID hit and that kind of shot that to death for a while. But I know people who have spectacular stones, and it's just speculation pieces. So what happens is you have them built and then you put it out there to show. And if it doesn't sell, you just tear it apart. I mean, you know, you didn't really lose anything other than man hours, you know. So yeah, there are definitely people who do speculation pieces.
Does that happen often? Can they take the diamonds out of an old piece? And
Oh yeah,
just...
you can take anything out of anything.
Yeah. You can melt all the metal back down.
Yep. That's very, very common. Especially with some of these really, like, when you see some of these things that are like, oh, it's a $3 million piece that they wore to the Oscars or whatever. You know, if that piece doesn't sell in a few years, they'll normally just tank it and make something else. They'll just use it as supplies for the next Oscar piece, you know. And if it sells, hallelujah. But if you have your own fabrication shop, you know, that's your only investment in that is the man hours, because usually you're going to speculate with something you already have. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, look, we have this stone, we should do something with it, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of my early pieces with Green Lake were, I went through the safe, I just found stones I liked and then designed something around it, and then we made it, you know, took pictures of it. If it didn't sell, either it sat there as a showpiece, or when metal prices are really high, you scrap it and, you know, you make your money off the scrap. And yeah, you just keep doing that. So yeah, that's pretty common actually.
So would you say to get into the celebrity space, you sort of have to be in LA, or?
You have to be around them for sure. Yeah. I mean, no one's going to discover you online. I mean, on that level, right? Because let's face it, celebrities are, they're demanding, and they want stuff tomorrow. And oh, I forgot, we didn't go to I got tickets to the Met Gala, and now I need something, you know, for that. And you know, they're like, oh, we need this in 4 days. In the jewelry world, that's like saying I need it tomorrow, you know. And it's like, so there's a lot of expectation management that you have to do with celebrities, because especially when you get into the big celebrities, you know, people do anything for them, you know, and they don't have a realistic sense of what it takes to actually accomplish some of this stuff. They just want, and you have to be able to be there and manage those expectations, because there are celebrities who really have no conceptualization of reality, and you have to babysit that those expectations for sure. Luckily, some of the people that we've been working with recently are awesome. So, you know, you can find people who are wonderful. But I mean, just, you know, celebrity horror stories aren't a huge thing because they're not a huge thing. If that's
Suppose you've got a step up a little bit from your movie working days as well in that regard.
Well, you got to think, when I was working in the film industry, I wasn't catering to celebrities, right? I was building sets and props and models, and you know, I was in the technical side of the thing. I wasn't like making jewelry then. I did make some jewelry pieces for some films, but that wasn't me selling anything to celebrities, right? You know, I worked for a production company. And so now, because of some, I would just say it, the last JCK we went to, some opportunities opened up where a friend of mine is very much on the pulse of some very powerful and wonderful celebrities. And he's doing a lot of work for a lot of celebrity. And he's like, hey, Tomas, come down here and, you know, I'll piggyback on your work and you piggyback on my name and we'll do collaborative work. And that way, instantly, you know, you get pieces on some huge celebrities and your name's attached to it. And, you know, let's build this little shop and, you know, let's make some awesome stuff. And so I have a very good opportunity to take advantage of something like that, right? So that's why I'm going back for sure. Yeah. But it's very hard. Like if you didn't have, like, let's put it this way. There's no way right now I would go to LA without those contacts, if that makes sense. I have no desire to try to go through and start to become a celebrity jeweler, right? Because it's just, it costs money, you know, because if you can get in front of them, and let's face it, a lot of celebrities don't pay for anything, right? You know, I mean, which just, don't get me started on that one. But, you know, it's like, especially for a lot of the very big celebrities, you have to have enough money to at least front a handful of pieces to begin with, because everyone does. I mean, that's just, you give that kind of celebrity the jewelry. Because if that kind of celebrity is actually going to say, hey, this guy did it, that is, you're going to earn a ton of business just from that, right? So basically you're paying them for marketing, as long as they're an advocate. You know, you can give someone, like I've had a few occasions where I had some very expensive pieces and I was told by the daughter of a huge celebrity that I should give it to her because, you know, it'll be good for me. And I'm like, you're crazy, you know? I'm like, no. I mean, if you went out there and wore the piece and told everyone this is the person, da da da, but you're just, you know, you're just pressing to get stuff for free. Yeah, I don't care about you that much, you know. But Alligator is, he has developed some wonderful relationships with people who really are pressing him. I think it was last month, some point, Little Nas X posted a I think they were on set or something and posted a thing saying, oh, you know, Alligator's my man, da 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 da. In 2.5 hours, he got, I think it was like 11,000 new subscriptions on Instagram or followers or whatever you call it, you know. And you know, yeah, it's you know, that's real advertising, and that's real advertising that turns into real money. So, you know, doing a handful of pieces for someone like that is definitely worth the money. As long as they're going to advocate for you, it's worth it. If they just want it because they're rich, then, you know.
I mean, but you don't know if they're gonna do it or not. So, like, we just have to give it to them and just hope for the best.
No, I make them sign a contract. No. No, don't just give it to them. Make them sign something.
This is Alligator Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my good friend.
I can see why it might be a good collaboration.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And, you know, it's funny because if you look at so much of what they sell, it's like really, I mean, not just the grills, but I mean, the jewelry as well. So much of it is just curb links with diamonds in them, you know? I mean, there's nothing. There's not a design involved in any of that. It's just how many diamonds can we jam on something. And we showed some people some stuff that, you know, I do some pretty wacky curb links, and they were just curb links, but they're still wacky curb links, and people lost their minds. And you know, so having that stuff in the showroom, where when these people come through, they can look at something that isn't actually out there. That's a powerful combination, you know. And everything will be cross-branded. So I did a little logo that it's the alligator and then it's the TW inside of it. And so we're just going to cross-brand the stuff that we sell through the boutique.
Have you ever met Jacob the jeweler?
I have not. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily true. I have been at events where he was at and I was introduced to him, but I've never, no. I was just blown away when he was like really starting to blow up. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy hand. It's crazy. Because in a lot of that older stuff, no one cared about diamond quality and stuff. You know, it was just pure diamond weight. At least now they're being forced to actually buy good diamond. I mean, what is it? Bobby Baller? Is that his name?
Ben Baller.
Ben Baller, thank you. For anything. You know, some of his pieces are, I mean, they're exquisite creations, you know, as far as the craft that goes into them. I just hate plain pave. You know, just, we're going to take the exact same stone and put them in exactly straight lines. I think that's the most boring pave in the universe. I mean, some of the most exotic, sexy pave goes from like 3-carat stones to 1/2-carat stones, and they fill them in and you get surface flow with the motion of the stones. But you have to have someone who's creative to do that. But yeah, a lot of just the how much gold, how many diamonds can we jam onto how much gold, and it kind of, it irks me. But I get it. I mean, that's what the client wants, you know, it's not. But luckily, that's been going on long enough that, you know, Alligator found himself in a really good position because he started providing stuff that wasn't just the same old, same old. And yeah, no, he's really gotten himself into a really nice place.
Yeah, personally, I don't really. You know, it seems like you've got two sides. You've got like people just making very simplistic designs and then just putting a whole bunch of diamonds on them, and
Right.
that's what they sell. And then you've got something like, yeah, with Alligator, where it's a little bit more design, and
Yeah.
as with your own stuff as well. It's, you know, there is a design there, and it's interesting, and
Yeah.
the shape and form and everything else.
And
And
I really believe in the romance of metal. You know what I mean? I think that you don't have to have stones all over everything for something to be exquisite, you know. And I think with some of the curb designs that we're going to do, just initially, we're going to start pretty simple. And then some of the grill design stuff is just totally out there. And I think that, yeah, I think that we are going to make a really good collab, you know.
I'd like to see kind of your kind of designs with like 20 to 30% diamonds. You know what I mean?
Oh, without a doubt.
That little touch.
Well, you've seen the pave skulls that we did do of mine, right?
Not 100% sure.
Hold on. Because we did one that was pretty sexy, actually. Henry, you know, it's so funny. They didn't even know ink metal was down. This one. These are rose gold insets. You know,
Yeah, right.
pave around the outside edges, rose gold insets. And then there is.
Actually, I've never seen these.
Oh, yeah?
It's really good.
Yeah, no, these are fun. This one, too. And this one, steampunky. Root beer diamonds, Severite garnets. This is palladium.
Damn.
And so, you know, I think you can make things that are pave that are cool. You know, you can. What is the pop? This guy, I think it's like Jag or Jav. Pave. Jag. Let's see. Can't believe he does some of the most exquisite pave I've ever seen in my life. It's so incredible.
Got here Gabriel Jacobs and Elliot Avion. Looks like two of the pave artists, jewelers.
We're looking for. I mean, one of the pieces he does these flowers that are. Come on, Toma. You love this. Not know.
Right there on the top of your head. Just can't get it out.
What's that?
Happens
Yeah.
to
Oh, I
me
know.
all
It's
the
just.
time. It's like I know what it is, but I can't remember what it is. So frustrating.
Is it? Can't believe. Yeah, there's nothing even like it here. Let's do bug enough. See, like this stuff just makes me just shoot myself because it's just all the same, you know. But oh, that makes me so frustrated. This is like the third time I've tried to remember his name. It's like 6 months. I'll do some research. But you know what's spectacular about it is okay. Let's do pave flower.
It's amazing to me that somebody would pay $2,500 for a diamond duck.
Yeah, then you know we've entered the world of absurdity, where people are earning ungodly amounts of money doing silly things, and so you know it's just there's no value in the money, so there's let's buy the absurd thing and then haha see I'm avant-garde and absurd. Jar. Ha! Now this is pave, and see how he's using all the different stones and he's setting up rhythms on the surfaces with the stones. I mean, look at that. That's stunning. And in person, they're mind-bending. Where's the... Oh, they don't have the piece that is really like one of his icons. But you see how they're not all the same size? And you get this surface motion and it's these implied shapes and forms. I think some of this is gorgeous, you know. And like I said, they use some spectacular stones. Jar, of course.
I like the way they mix the different shades as well.
Yeah, no, he has there's this one flower that goes through like 11 tones. I mean, it's just the most beautiful, subtle color transition. I mean, these guys are doing some sexy, sexy stuff. And that's why these things wind up in museums. You know what I mean? They're... Oh, thanks. They gave us a list. They were, at least they were literal. Um, just look at that. You know, just the different sizes and they become such dynamic objects. You know, they're really quite impressive. Look at the color fading on.
Are these wearables?
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of them are hair combs and big brooches.
Right.
You know, even just white. See how the different size stones facing in different directions give you a much more dynamic surface. They're really just, you know, they're pretty spectacular stuff. Yeah, I mean, give us a big picture. Where's my picture? Click on something.
Was googling along, following along, and I found another artist which is quite nice, Wallace Chan.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And mixing it with the enameling. Yeah, see, I mean, like, this stuff is interesting because you're using color as an element in the part. You know, I find this much more. Also, Jack DeRose. Showed him how to use ZBrush to do these pieces, actually. He's the guy who did First Skull. But, you know, this is the ZBrush model. And then this is his actual. I love these. All of these are UV. What's that?
Sorry, I've seen him in ZBrush Center, I think.
Yeah, yeah. You have. Jewelry design. What's awesome about these are all UV, so they glow red and sort of that blue-green, so the jellyfish sort of look like they're fluorescing.
He has a really, really good like dragon head sculpt.
Yeah, it is very nice.
Yeah. Oh, so you taught him how to use ZBrush?
Well, he was learning ZBrush, and then he contacted me to figure out manufacturing stuff. And so we spent a few, maybe 5-6 hours, something like that, maybe. It was a little bit of time. I have a quote on my site, him saying, "Hey, you should learn ZBrush from that guy." It's funny, he does Bitcoin stuff now. He doesn't do jewelry anymore. Interesting. Yeah, no. So, you know, if you can start bringing this level of design to celebrities that don't know any better, you know, because that's a problem. I mean, you go down to LA Jewelry District and you're looking around at the jewelers. It's you know, it's the same stuff. And so how can you do stuff that is compelling and different? And I think we have an opportunity to be able to do that. Because like I said, it's actually impressive to see Alligator work. I mean, he knows what people like. You know, he pays attention to what people say. And he's very good at getting people excited about work. And yeah, no, and you know, his reputation is enough that he's like, no, try this. This will be awesome. And people do, you know, so that's a that's a coveted place to be where people will listen to you, you know. And then when you have people like Little Nas X listening to you, that becomes a pretty powerful place to be. That kid's on fire. So yeah, I'm kind of excited about the prospects. And the other nice thing about it is that being in LA, a lot of the manufacturers and stuff are there, equipment and things like that. So it's a place that I can feasibly really parlay into the education platform and open up some opportunities for the members there. So it's exciting. And luckily, I'm not going to be living in LA proper, so I'll be about an hour. And I can take the train in, do work, and then go back to the beach.
Do you like sculpting rings more or necklaces?
Nah, I just like sculpting. I don't. I mean, I think that rings, for the most part, in this type of jewelry world, is what most people buy, right? I mean, it's funny. A lot of people don't wear like, if you look at necklaces and pendants now, most of it's so minimal. You know, there aren't a lot of people wearing big ornate necklace pieces. I'm not talking about rappers. You know, I'm talking about just people buying jewelry. But it does seem that some of that may be changing. You know, we have entered a sort of a stage of more simplistic stuff. We've been heading that way for like the last 8 years, where simplicity is really what sells. And now with sort of gender politics as they are, having things that are gender neutral, and you know, gender neutrality really can come through simplicity, because the more detail you get, the more you can start to identify, you know, oh, is that a women's ring? Is that a men's ring? You know?
Yeah.
And I've always tried to make things that are fairly, you know, I'm going for a design, not a gender. And I think that I've done pretty well because of that. You know, people who like weird gothic stuff, you know, especially things that aren't by just skull head rings. You know, skull head rings are skull ring wearers. It doesn't matter what gender you are. But having things that are a little more feminine, or at least a little bit more. So having things that design wise are you know, obviously these are women's pieces, right? But you know, that's not genderized. When you get into these things, so like, you know, a take on the clad owl, you know, things that, you know, that's neither male nor female. You know, it's not masculine, it's not effeminate. So a lot of the stuff that isn't just face or character rings, I try to be fairly, you know, that's another ring that we sold to men and women. And I think that gender neutrality in jewelry is a big deal now. So,
What is the ink metal line? Is that like just a line of yours, or is that like a right? Okay.
Yeah, it's a line of my stuff. Jim Tuttle owns a jewelry store in Seattle called Green Lake Jewelry, and I had my own website, and I was just kind of puddling along, and I was just completely dependent on MySpace, and I was in the middle of BFE, so I wasn't like in LA, I wasn't any place I could really take advantage of a jewelry market. Lived in the guy my mom lived with fell through the ice and died. And so I said that I'd come live with her to try to, help her deal with it and kind of decide what she was going to do next. And so I went to hang out with her in Northwest Wisconsin, in a town of like 1,000 people, maybe. And, it's, I said, okay, well, let's learn ZBrush, I'm someplace where there's nothing else to do except drink. I've never met a bigger group of alcoholics in my life. Wisconsin is professional. There is nothing amateur about Wisconsin drinking. And, I was just like, okay, so what am I going to do? And my friend showed me ZBrush, and I was like, okay, that's something I can concentrate on out here in BFE. And I started the jewelry company, but I don't know anything about marketing. I'm a sculptor, And, MySpace did me pretty well, and I was doing okay. And my friend Jim was just like, dude, just come to Seattle and we'll start a website for you, and, we'll get this going. And we did. Ink Metal's been there, 10 years, 11 years, something like that. But he wasn't, at the time, he wasn't really set up to be a wholesaler. So when I got the job offer from William Henry, we went down there to design their line of jewelry. And they just had a lot more money to be able to throw into, his shop is a bridal shop. So, doing fashion jewelry wasn't necessarily what they were selling. He was just being a really supportive friend. And and I think that we're going to revisit Ink Metal and do a bunch of new designs, and because now they're in a much better place to do some of the more wholesale-y, you know what I mean. But it's funny. I like, I've designed some glasses that I would just love, some watches that I just love. I've been working on some knives with a friend of mine, and so it's just, I just like the puzzles of designing something that's neat that isn't necessarily what everyone else has. And so I'm not, it's funny, I just kind of fell into jewelry. I never ever thought, hey, why don't I become a digital jeweler? That was that was never in the plans, really, until on the first Pirates I did some very early skull pieces, and people were like, oh, you should make skull jewelry. I'm like, yeah, I got a real job, man. I'm not making skull jewelry. And then when I left the film industry, I was like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll make some skull jewelry.
That's what you're doing here with this platform as well.
Yeah.
You're turning people to that side.
Yeah.
Like I never would have even considering it as an option. It wasn't even in my brain at all. But the more time I spend here and watching videos and thinking about the workshop and so on, it's like, well, maybe this could be a good option, actually.
Well,
one of us.
But no, I think you're doing the same for a lot of people here. So,
well, and the thing is, we focus on jewelry right now, but the thing to know is that, anything, I make tables, I make furniture, we make lamps, we make, huge set pieces. Anything you do in ZBrush, it's computer, so you can scale it, right? I lose a lot of viewers because they just see jewelry and they're like, yeah, I don't care about that, and so I don't have as broad viewership in the ZBrush world as the creature shop people, because, sadly, I mean, you can look at this and blah, 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 blah as I'm working, but most people can't identify with this, right? You know, you come into a stream and you see this, and people are like, okay, well, you know, this has lips, so that might actually get you to stay for a minute. You know what I mean? But unless you know what I'm doing, you know, it's very hard for me to pick up just random browsers where a creature person can, because they're like, oh, look, it's creature, let's watch blah, 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 you know. And so it's been a struggle for us to get people to understand that, you know, what I'm doing and what I'm trying to teach out here is for anyone who wants to monetize ZBrush, right? I mean, you can make furniture, you can make forks, you can make whatever you want to make, because the manufacturing process is the same. Well, the generation of a fabricatable model is the same in all of those, right? And, you know, because what I realized was, you know, there are probably 3 million copies of ZBrush out there, legal and illegal. Let's just say 3 million, because that's a number I heard a few years ago. So you have 3 million ZBrush users. Now, how many jobs, new jobs, in the film and gaming industry do you think there are? Well, I worked in the film industry, right? And so I'm very sure it's very similar to that in the sense of you hire crews. When those jobs are over, the next group of people get hired. So new jobs are kind of hard to find. You know, it's hard to be a new person into it. So, you know, if there are, and I'm going to be ridiculously generous, if there are 10,000 new jobs in the industry a year, I'd be shocked. Honestly, I would be shocked. So think about that. You have millions of people trying for, you know, a handful of jobs. And the thing is if you are not just killing it, you're going to have a hard time getting a job, because there's some 8-year-old who's done nothing but this, you know, since they were born, and they are just, you know, they're machines, you know. And so, you know, if you're a human and you had a life as opposed to, you know, locked into a room where all you did was this, like me, you know, it's going to be very, 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 very difficult to get some of those jobs. So, you know, and I mean, I'm not saying don't try, right? This isn't a trying to talk people down from doing what they want to do. It just, if you want to do this for a career, you're going to have to bust your butt, because look at, you know, just look at the forums. These are the people that you're competing with. And if you're not sculpting up to that par, you know, now I will say a lot of those people are using Daz and other things and blah, 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 blah. So don't get intimidated. But the fact is that if you are not sculpting at some of those levels, you're never going to get, you know, a AAA studio job, right? So that means that there are hundreds of thousands of people in our ZBrush community who really could sculpt things that people desire, right? I mean, they're good sculptors. And they have no way of monetizing what they do. And so that was really why I wanted to start teaching, was because I really think, and especially now where, you know, you can buy a home printer for, you know, what, $600 or something like that. And honestly, you know, if you spend the time and energy to do it, you can create beautiful models with those things. And, you know, you can control your destiny, manufacture anything, whether it be furniture, car interiors, you know, whatever you have a passion for. And you can go to Etsy and start there and start selling stuff. Or, you know, you can find a casting facility and cast 100 things and try to get into someone's blog, or, you know, whatever that path is. But, you know, there are so many people out here who could bring art to every part of our lives, you know, to furniture, to, you know, designing a caliper that has an interesting form on it, you know, just where like Bauhaus, where the striving of it was to bring art to everyday objects. And it's sort of become a passion of mine to try to get, almost an art movement started where we can get all of these people who are creative and energetic and excited about what they're doing, but the only thing they even know that they can get a job in is the gaming industry or the film industry. And that's just such a limited process with so few outlets that I'm sure it leads to massive frustration. And I really hope that, within the next few years, people start to hear our message a little, by us, presenting at the summits and me doing the streaming and, and just getting people excited that, oh man, you can make something that you want to make. You can print it for almost nothing, hand it around to people and get people excited. And then, if people like that, I mean, you can electroplate, the resins and have, something that looks like metal so you can get it around and get it in people's hands and they can get excited about it. And then, once you realize there's a market there, you sort of either kickstart it or, get someone to invest in the first round or invest in the first round yourself, get the pieces out there and start that buzz. But, if all you're doing is hunting for studio jobs, there are going to be a lot of people very disappointed and not working. And, this is just such a powerful creation tool that, you can do anything. I mean, look at the miniature industry that's taken off in the last 5 years. Yeah, okay, 8 years. And that's just, they're using a lot of them are using, the cheap, affordable printers and doing, really high-end miniature stuff that's great, for for the market, and they've become millionaires because of it. I wish to God I had this when I was sculpting miniatures. I'd be a lot richer now. Well, probably not, because I was still working for another company. I didn't own that company, but there's so many different outlets in manufacturing that people don't even think about. And if I can get someone to think about, hey, how can I monetize this in some way that isn't me rushing out there to sculpt another Hulk, I think that is awesome.
It affects not just the designers either. It's opened opportunities for people just to work from home.
Yeah.
I know some people have they're just selling the actual printed models now.
Yeah, no, it blows me away
From
actually.
nothing to like 20 printers in a room, and
Yeah.
it's just changed their lives.
Yeah. And that blows me away because some of those things are, silly in the grand scheme of it. And you're like, man, you've just killed it, because people are so hungry for new stuff that, all you have to do is hit a nerve in something and boom, you're going.
They're making tens of thousands of dollars just selling printed miniatures.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, was it Hero Forge? I think that was the first big Kickstarter. And I think they made something like $2.3 million on their first Kickstarter.
Yeah, I think they're one of the main ones, to be fair.
Yeah. And if I got that wrong, sorry guys, not trying to, I think that was the one. And having been someone who sculpted miniatures by hand, we had to sculpt that stuff in Duro epoxy putty, and, it was a nightmare. It took forever to sculpt one of those pieces. And, one of the things I really want to try to incorporate into a system is getting Daz, where I can sculpt a miniature and take the base of Daz, bring it over, sculpt a miniature in ZBrush, and then you can do unlimited poses on that, right? In Daz, where within Daz I can pose my sculptures, right? And I think that's exciting for miniature, because you can do some really wonderful stuff. and then just have it be someplace and something that you can just hit change, and change the heads, change this, but you can do something that's amazingly dynamic and have just tons of variety because you just drop it in there and change it. And I think that's a little exciting as far as miniature stuff goes to me. And
I just wanted to ask. I don't know if you can show us, but I was trying to find on Google how to put how to get a character from Daz, then send it to ZBrush, sculpt on it, and then send it back to Daz, and then you can post your character there, and then send it back to ZBrush, and then you just have your sculpt character posed in ZBrush.
Okay, so that is something we've been trying to figure out for a while now. And do you have that link, Henry?
It's
Pasted.
the one from Flip Normals.
Is that not the answer?
I tried to follow it, but he doesn't explain how to do it. He just says, "Oh, you just export it to ZBrush, and then it's just magic." But then I tried it, and
well, you need
like-
GoZ.
Yeah.
If you go to Daz, they have a GoZ plugin, and then you do just push the button. Hold on, let's see.
Well, yeah, I did that, but the post character when you because when you sculpt on the character in ZBrush and then you send it with Go Daz or whatever,
Mhm.
and you send it to Daz, I don't have it sculpted.
Okay, well, I mean, here, let's
It-
give it a shot.
I don't know.
Let me think.
This is probably not a good demo for on stream.
Okay,
Because our first hearing of this being a real possibility, this is something we've been experimenting with for a little while. But this Flip Normals video, this is the first time we found an example of someone actually doing it. And we've been streaming since we heard of the video, so we haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
and I mean, I can just reach out and ask him. I mean, he streams and stuff, and he's part of our community. So if there's anything that's unclear, I can just reach out on Slack and ask him.
Yeah, let's try that off stream, figure it out.
Yeah.
Then we can tell it on stream.
Yeah, I'll be here for next stream then. Because yeah, I saw the video and I got really excited because it's actually really kind of tedious to post on ZBrush.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's
And-
what I was thinking. I'm like, man, if I could just do that.
Yeah. When I saw that, and then it was like you don't even have to have you don't have to sculpt the entire character yourself. You can just borrow the one from Daz, sculpt in it, post it, send it back to ZBrush. And I was like, man, this is so much faster than that I was making. So, but yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure it out how to do it. So I deleted Daz.
Sure. I think it's funny because I think that especially in the I think it's cheesy to claim that the Daz sculptures are your sculpture, right? But I also think that it's perfectly fine to use it as a tool. I just think a lot of people are putting it up there and out there, and it's like, oh yeah, look what I did. And you're just like, no, you didn't do that, because that's a beautiful sculpt of a face with beautiful expressions. And you sculpted a table, a guitar, and a vase, and those all look like a 3-year-old sculpted them. So, don't some of us know what we're looking at, buddy. That's my problem with Daz, is where people aren't being honest about their usage. Because, I have a base model that I built that I start with every time. And, sometimes when I'm someplace else and I don't have my model, I'll go into ZBrush and use one of the base models to start a base model. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just a tool. But when you're actually using the the object of if you're actually using the Daz model, you're not really doing anything to it, and then you're halfway sculpting, a table, a guitar, and a liquor bottle, then, you know, no, you didn't sculpt that. You're not going to be able to reproduce that. You know, those are my only problems, is like misrepresenting yourself with them. Because I had to do a pendant that had a bunch of horses, like, you know, neighing and kicking at each other and stuff. And I went to Daz, just got the horse and posed it 3 different times, and came in and, you know, sculpted him some and went over the musculature and stylized it. But, you know, they gave me a drawing of something, and, you know, I'm not claiming that as my art. That is just a tool that I purchased to finish this job in 3 hours instead of 17 hours because I had to sculpt a horse, you know.
Yeah.
And so I don't have problems with Daz or Pose or any of that stuff, as long as you're, you know, it shouldn't wind up in your portfolio. Let's put it that way. And sadly, I think a lot of it does. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a powerful tool without a doubt.
I mean, this is something that I just tell to myself that I don't want to use any model from anywhere until I'm capable of recreating those models.
I think
So,
that's a very smart idea. Now, I would say that sometimes, like, there are some very complicated forms and shapes. And, like, if you have a very good sculpted face, right, that can be a really powerful model to have, you know, because you're going to use it as a reference. And, you know, I think that because, you know, not everyone's going to make their own crochet. So a lot of people buy one, right? And now you have, you know, the outline of all the muscles and blah, 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 blah. You know, you don't necessarily have to sculpt that. I mean, don't get me wrong, you should. If you're going to do character stuff, you should make your own crochet and do it right. But, you know, a lot of people don't have that time and energy. And, you know, I mean, that takes a lot of work. And, you know, especially if you're just learning, you need to learn to copy before you learn to create, you know, because, you know, until you can like copy something, because the beauty of copying things is that you have something to judge yourself against, right?
yeah.
If you're just trying to be creative, but you're like, oh, well, I meant it to have 8 fingers. Yeah, well, okay. But, you know. So I think copying in education is important. And that's why, you know, all the masterwork, you sat there and copied your master until you created your masterpiece. And your masterpiece was the piece that made you a master. And that was, you could take all that technical ability and create something artistic with it, you know, because they'll train you to copy, but that doesn't make you an artist. That makes you a craftsman, right? And only if you can then transcend that craft and use the craft as tools and then your brain as the creator, you know. There's nothing wrong with craftsmen. I'm not saying that as a, you know, a negative thing, but because let's face it, craftsmen get hired a lot more than artists in the industry. Because honestly, they don't want your opinion for the most part, especially when you're starting. Nobody wants your opinion. It's like, shut up and, you know, we paid someone a lot of money to design that. We don't really care what you think about it. I always love people who are like, well, you know, I did 6 weeks in art school and I think that this is, shut up, get to work, yo. You know? It's that was always one of the funny things we always had to deal with, new people who got into the film industry, right? You know, you get new hires and they're out of school or they've been working in a Matica company for a long time, and, you know, they're like, yeah, you know, I feel like the metaphysical differentialities of this dragon and that rock, I need to sculpt it. Dude, there's a picture. Stop thinking. Make it what that guy got paid for, because that guy is getting paid a lot more than you are to make that decision. So shh. Get the word. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. You know, it's so awesome that these tools are here because I love sculpting digitally. It's funny, I haven't sculpted in clay in years and years and years. Just because, you know, I wanted to get good at this. So that's all I did. And now I quite like it.
I I've been struggling deciding what I want to do because I don't want to put all my hopes into ZBrush and then don't make it into the industry. So I'm like kind of learning other
Well, sure, of
uh,
course. I mean,
animation and stuff.
yeah, I mean,
But
because, well, especially because, you know, this is not a program that you're not going to do animation in this program, right? That's not what this program's for. You know, you can make the things that are animated, but and that's where a lot of people are like, oh, well, Blender does this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm not saying that Blender's bad. I'm just saying that it sure as hell is not ZBrush, you know, and as a sculptor, I can say that, you know, I mean, because there are major differences in how it works, how it feels, how it reacts to style, how it reacts to Wacom tablets, you know, just what you can create with it is not this.
yeah.
But I'm never going to animate anything. That's has absolutely nothing to do with anything that I ever desire to do, you know, so those aren't things that I consider.
Well, the thing with um I want to learn other things just to be balanced with the knowledge that I can get from making video games because that's what I studied for.
Sure.
But then I feel that if I invest all the time other stuff, I won't be as good as I can in ZBrush.
Without a question,
That's
you
it.
won't. I mean, you know, that just comes down to what you want, you know, because when I saw this, I bought ZBrush and I did nothing but ZBrush for years, right? But I knew that I wanted to make this a manufacturing program. And when I got it, I was the first person to ever get a ZBrush model into jewelry manufacturing, ever. And I had to use programs that had nothing to do with ZBrush because ZBrush didn't have decimation. It wasn't really exporting viable files. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a manufacturing program. But, you know, I got something manufactured and I posted in the forums and they called and we discussed it. And ever since then, they've done nothing but help make this program a manufacturing program. Because, I mean, let's face it, it's smart, right? That's good business because nothing else does this. And so, you know, I got to the point where I hammered this program to do what I wanted it to do. You know, we're getting there. I mean, I'm 16 years into my ZBrush adventure. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I mean, it completely depends on what you want, you know, and that's where I'm out here and I'm trying to give people or wake people up to the options that aren't just game design and aren't just, you know, because those are very, very competitive markets now, you know, and like you said, sometimes, I mean, who knows, you know, I know people who got into the film industry and hated it because, you know, we worked 12-hour days, 7 days a week for 6 to 11 months. And that's not for everybody. You know, that's not for
Yeah.
everybody. If you have a
I would
family,
prefer not
you
to
ain't
do
going to
it.
do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so it's funny because, you know, we go to school because we have things in mind, but, you know, when something presents itself and it fits better, never be afraid to change. Don't be whimmy where you change every 30 seconds, because especially with this stuff, it takes forever to get good at it, But there are so many cool options now, and with the printer technology coming. How old are you?
23.
Yeah, so I started this 16 years ago, so 2005. So I was 36. Yeah, I was 36 when I started ZBrush. I had been a physical sculptor for the rest of that's all I had ever done. And they
So
showed me ZBrush, and I was like,
you hand sculpted before you knew ZBrush.
yeah, that was
Okay.
I worked in the film industry, because back then printers weren't really being used. I mean, towards the end there, I think the first film I ever worked on that we had a CAD operator print, a model, was on it was on Minority Report. And that was towards the end of my career in the film industry. So, there were everything was hand carved. I mean, we hand carved all the sets, we hand carved, the cars, we hand carved everything. And when they showed me ZBrush, I was like, that's going to change our industry. And it did. And you have to do things you want to do, love what you do. That's the real key, is love what you do. Because if it becomes a slog, it doesn't matter what it is. The greatest job in the universe can be a drag if it's a drag.
Yeah. Damn.
I read the other day that all of the cars in The Last of Us TV show are made out of polystyrene or something.
In what TV
that-
show?
The Last of Us.
Oh, sure. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, because especially now, because they have CNC machines, that they have hot wire lathes and big milling machines. So you could do a CAD in, let's say, a 5-pound styrene. And I mean, you can't break that if you tried. I mean, it's durable stuff. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Tommy, can you show your first subdivision level?
And this is actually, I would normally make this a much smaller first subdivision level, but these were, I needed nice round. I needed nice round forms. So, I'm starting here with an 8,000 poly sub. And normally this model would be under 700 polys, but because of how I built these sizes, this was the base size. But I can work at 33 with 7 divisions and get good. But normally this would probably be 400 polys is what I would start with. So I'd get an extra 2 subdivision levels in there. I could easily, if this were below 700, I would be sculpting with 9 subdivision levels. And the more subdivision levels you have, the better you can do the better you can control your mesh.
You're just bragging at this point. I know your first subdivisions level are under 700. We talked about it last time. I was the guy who made the Venom, and you were teaching me about the subdivisions.
Right. Hey, hello, Finland. Yeah, no, it's just, it's a powerful tool, because it allows you to do a lot of things that you just can't do in Dynamite.
Yeah, it was. I didn't know the power of it until you showed me that day.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, I love it. It's very I mean, just what you can do with it. You can do anything with it. You know, like I said, I have a production model for a Mercedes G-Wagon, and I started sculpting interior panels for it to produce for that G-Wagon. And I know that my model is to scale, you know, and so I can take that and produce custom car parts for, you know, a G-Wagon. And now, you know, and you just can't do that with CAD. You can't just take that model and then just start sculpting on it, make something awesome, you know? And that's pretty crazy powerful. But if you couldn't do, subdivision levels, you'd never be able to move, change, shuffle, but then go back and retain that accuracy of those, you know, parts. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
What's that?
I have taken Genesis 8.1. I have sculpted on it. I sent it back to Daz, and then I sent it back to ZBrush. Back
Yeah.
to Daz, posed it, and sent it back to ZBrush. So now I have my sculpted Genesis posed.
And how dramatic can you sculpt it?
I suppose that's experiment number 2. Because all I did was I just put like lines and dots all over the body.
Okay, well, the next question, can
me
you
make
do like the
it
facial
3 times bigger?
deformations and things like that? Can you do facial expressions?
I'm sure I can.
Sculpt the nose differently and then try to do facial expressions.
All
Um,
right.
just because I never asked this, is Henry your student or your
He's a
co-helper?
Well, he started out
on
as,
Twitch, I'm the moderator.
yeah.
Huh?
On Twitch, he acts as our moderator. But
Okay.
he started out as one of my students. And then we brought him on when we started to form the company, and he's a partner in the company.
Okay.
And he's awesome sauce.
It's true.
It's so true.
That's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. So no one, right? Miko's like, so no one in this stream who is witnessing this stream will ever pose in ZBrush again. That's funny.
What you should try and do, Henry, is change the height of the legs and try and turn that Genesis 8 into like a miniature scale,
Mm-hmm.
and then see if it works as well.
Will do. I just absolutely ruined his nose. The police are going to come asking questions, and now I'm going to send him back and see what happens.
So Henry, did you just send it with the GoZ?
Yep, I'm just clicking Go Z.
What? It didn't work for me. God damn it.
So when you export out of Daz, when you initially export the model, send to ZBrush and make sure to uncheck export at current resolution. That
Okay.
is critical.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yep. Critical. So the body's going to come in at like 16,000 polys. Just divide it a couple of times until you get to like 1 or 2 mil. Sculpt on it. And then I hit the Go Z button in ZBrush to send it back. And by default, update geometry is checked and create morph is checked.
Okay.
Instead of create morph, I want to update base mesh. So I click that and then click accept, and it goes right over. And now his nose is ruined and zebra and Daz.
Ooh.
I guess I'll have to download Daz again and see if it works.
We're going to have to make a video on that.
Yeah. Now, do I have any poses? Do I have any facial poses?
Ow. Yeah, that never. Don't get in that fight with your wife. You will lose that fight, my friend. Yeah, that's nice, but I'm making more money. Ouch. That's rough.
You're going to help people realize the rabbit hole of the Daz marketplace.
Yeah, it's a bruiser.
You could probably make a full-time salary from that.
Oh, I bet there are
if you
people
really
who
tried.
do. Yeah, I bet there are people because some of those models are expensive. But what's great is, the base model they give you is really nice. I think that there are a handful of the modifiers that break up, that add things like it makes twirling the fingers easier, or it makes posing and altering easier. I mean, because really you can do any of those with some of those apps, right? And I mean, those aren't, I think some of them, like, I think I paid $10 for one that gave me more options in the posing menu. But I mean, they're just, I imagine they're just, what do you call it? Not scripts, but yeah. So anything they're doing, you can do. It just comes down to taking the time and energy of doing it. But if you're just doing something where you're creating 10 different styles of character, but you want them to have, like, you want your wizard to be in the wizard pose, either buy wizard poses or make your wizard pose and then save it. And that's powerful stuff when you're doing iterative product,
Tommy, can you send the your webpage course webpage?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Henry is just damn.
Yeah, he has all that preset, so
Oh
it goes
yeah.
quick.
But I, I literally just asked for it, and like a second
A-
later, I got it.
Ask for something else. I got you.
Stream Deck. Gotta
I
love
have
it.
I have like a 32 button Stream Deck in front of me, and all the buttons are programmed with.
Oh, okay.
I
I
have
was like,
the SK brushes button, the Mod Dirty Blue button.
I was
Things
like, there's
people
no
ask
way
for.
you send it that fast.
No, he's good at this stuff. Earlier when I said that he's he's a maker guy, you know what I mean? Like he digs in and solves actual problems. Where
I will spend hours to save myself seconds.
Yeah. It's awesome. When he has time to play, he can make some real magic happen. It's impressive. See, I can't do any of that. I can sculpt. That's really what I'm good at. The fact that I have now chosen technology as a future is really silly if you know anything about me. I mean, to be fair, I figured all this stuff out, but it took me years. I mean, okay, so like the Daz thing, right? And I don't know if it has to do with the new updates or anything, and I'm going to say it does, because I tried to do this for years, casually, right? I mean, I would try an afternoon and then I'd get frustrated and blow it off, and then I'd be like, oh, I really want to try to do that, and then I'd try to do it for a day or maybe 2 days, and then I'm like, I'm wasting so much time on this, and I'll just blow it off. How long did it take him to do this? He just sat down and did this? But I think it has to do with this latest update. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Because I've still yet to watch that video. So I might still be doing this wrong.
I remember I watched it just the moment it came out. I was like so amazed with it. Well,
What
but
I
I'm
don't
told.
understand are the simple just how to use Daz. Like, how do I apply a facial pose, if I have any, to this character?
You select the head, and then there's a folder. Just finding things as Daz is difficult.
Yeah, I have the head selected.
And then you should be able to go into that side menu and pick. It should be poses. I think it's in the poses folder.
I think so. Huh? But I'm stuck in the Genesis plugin tool thing.
No, click on the folder that says Smart Content.
I'm in smart content. Whoop, it went away. Okay, I'm back at smart content.
And then over at the top, there should be something that like says See All Content or something like that.
Oh, okay.
And then in there should be poses.
Okay, so I just don't have any facial poses. All right, well, let me just pose it manually. Screw it.
There's a thing called Power Poser, I think, that would allow you just to grab a dot and drag it around. The pose, that is.
Fifth pose? No.
Oof.
God, there's a lot of buttons in this thing.
Yeah, it's hard to find stuff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got it. Oh, I'm just dragging him around the scene by his head.
There you go.
Poor guy.
I don't know if that's where I was trying to get you to go, but no, I know where this is heading. You know, you can film animations in there. Are you going to get one of those simplified characters of me and just like turn it into like a torture doll?
Yeah. It's new age voodoo.
Voodoo doll.
I still can't figure out how to pose his face. Like the head is one solid object, not individual pieces.
Well, no, go. There's a look up Power Poser. I think that's what it's called. If you go up into the like Windows or Tabs button or Tabs area or Windows area, I don't know what it's called. And you'll get a huge list of different things that it has.
Power pose. Oh, yeah. Head is one dot. All right. Template, body, hands, head, face. Yeah. Yep. Eyes are moving. Brows are moving.
Be cool.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely nothing different at all.
Okay. So is this something that you feel confident that you can talk me through right now?
Yeah.
All right. So let's open Daz.
I've ruined this poor gentleman. I'm going to delete him now because I feel bad about what I've done to his life.
And we have a bunch of stuff because I have access to Cheryl's models. So
Ooh.
she bought dragons and stuff. So we have models and expressions and poses and stuff. So I like that she bought all the K-pop poses. That was awesome. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, so we come over and pick a character, right? No, that's not it. Figures. Okay, And we're taking, where's just
We're looking
Genesis 8.
for 8.1 is what I used.
Oh, here's 8.1. Genesis basic male 8.1. Okay. There we go. We have Genesis male 8.1.
Okay.
Now,
Perfect. Now
The-
he looks like he's unselected now.
right, but hold on. We're gonna go to shaping. Select the item. We're going to. Isn't there a place where you can do leg length, legs, left thigh scar? Well, never mind. She just has a bunch of stuff. Okay, so we have our guy, and now we're going to take him
Yeah, select him again.
and go Z.
Yep.
So send to ZBrush. Boop. Export
Uncheck.
export current resolution.
Yep.
Export with deformations.
Leave that one.
Accept.
Accept.
All right. So
I
here-
don't know if this. I don't think this is going to delete the thing you're working on.
No, it's not. It comes in as a.
Okay. Good. So you've got your body. It's 16K.
Hold on. So, brain. We have our body is 16K. And so now we divide them.
Yep.
Okay. And so,
Oh Lord, you clicked that a lot. Okay, but it doesn't matter. Sculpt him up.
so we got X. Symmetry. Build up so we can do this fast.
Problem is, what if you want to turn him into an orc or something, or a goblin or whatever? How
Well-
much?
Well, I would say that you could, because Henry and I were talking about it's so funny. Henry and I were talking about this just earlier, and you could do those dramatic changes in Daz, so you're sending over a short person, from Daz, because it has those modifiers, right?
Yeah, I would change the basic body in Daz first.
Hmm.
But let me just make my guy's arm 1,000 feet long and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll do some. So we have.
I would keep your example relatively simple for on stream so we don't look like a-holes.
Well, I always look like one of those, so that's not a.
Yeah, you can't help it.
I don't know if that's really a goal for me.
Too late for that.
I've accepted my a-holeness. I've embraced it. Every time I try to demo, it blows up in my face. So, I never expect positive. I never expect positive results. Oh, you know what? We need to put on backface masking. Did I just blow this up? Because, if I'm not mistaken, it has internal mouth parts that I probably just sucked all up. Look at that. No. I will if I move up around the lips, though.
Yeah, so you can heavily deform him, but if you deform him at a joint, wherever the polygons wind up that used to be, like for example his elbow, that's where he's going to turn his arm. So now his arm is like 10 foot long in mine.
But it stays
Yeah.
at the same
The pose
The
is
ju-
exactly the same. So now his arm like curves around in an arc in a
Sure.
very strange way.
There's apparently something called a transfer utility, where you can import or readjust the Genesis skeleton according to the new model.
Ooh,
Oh.
I'm not sure what the transfer utility is. I'm just reading something now about it.
these are good things to know.
It might be worth just Googling transfer utility Daz or something like that.
Good at the snake hook. Sorting. Now.
Yeah, I would bet Sculptress Pro will ruin it.
Yeah, I don't think. I think it has to have some reference to.
What do you think, like, the long term? Like, if I was going to do miniatures long term,
Mhm.
I think I would want to sculpt, like, I'll do just 20 different hand variations, 20
Exactly.
different
No, I
arms,
completely agree with.
and then you just, yeah, just like mix and match them like that.
Yep, I agree with you. And what's nice about this is if you're not a great hand sculptor, you can. They have entire sets of hand poses and, well, they have all kinds of battle poses, all kinds of goofy crap. And then once you have your models, once you design this for production, you're probably going to have, them already subdivided where you have your, excuse me, your production, where you already have them cut up and stuff. So you are just popping the different hands on stuff.
Yeah.
No, I think that's definitely that's the way I did it. I had them. I sculpted hands. Well, I sculpted little armatures that had hands and basic heads and stuff, and then they made a mold of that and then cast that in lead, and then that way my armatures had a little bit more of the base geometry that I normally use than just the skeletal armature that we had. So yeah, not a question. Because it's so much easier to do it digitally than.
So if it doesn't work, can you like fix it in Daz?
I have no idea. This is my first attempt at this. See, I'm willing to sacrifice the a-hole factor to help you understand. I don't mind failing at things. my self-worth is not based on whether I succeed on things like this. All right, so we sculpted our guy. We've done some pretty dramatic changes. I didn't move where the mouth or eyes were. I didn't move where the joints were. Okay, so now I'm my guy.
Okay. Guzzy.
So now I just references.
After you click Go Z, give me a second for my screen to catch up with where you are so I can see the options.
Go Z.
It's on
Yes.
the left.
It's on the left.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, there it is.
Don't click it. Okay. I just clicked the regular Go Z button.
Yeah, no, this one over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I wound up clicking.
Okay. Did it not bring up an options menu of anything?
Did I do it wrong? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it did anything.
Okay. Well, it
So-
lowered my damn resolution.
That's you still have your subdivs.
Okay. So we're here.
Okay. So you are going to have to go in through preferences because it doesn't know where your Daz install is. So preferences, Go Z, path to Daz.
I don't know where it is.
Click browse.
I
If
think
it's for default, it's
C
on
drive.
the default program files.
C.
program file.
Not in program files.
Hmm.
It's in C.
C.
Daz 3D.
Oh.
Applications. 64-bit. Daz 3D. Daz Studio 4. Daz Studio.exe.
Okay. So now I click Go Z.
Yeah. It should pop up a window.
Okay. Create a new object. Convert to subdivision surface.
Oh. No, yours got screwed up. This window, so read the top line there.
Top line where?
It went through. Oh, yeah, so now you've got a base mesh in there, but it's no longer a Genesis.
Okay, so let's delete that. Is this the one we're looking?
Should be the second one.
Okay. So we come back here. Am I? No. What do I want to do? Nope. That. Yeah. No, I don't want to go to 60 million polys. Just get on with it. I get button happy. Okay. 3 million looks okay. Delete high. Okay. So now I'm here. Do I have to delete subdivisions or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So I go to Go Z.
Yeah.
Go Z.
Click don't show again.
Don't show again.
Yeah. So don't click cancel. Hang on. The topology, blah blah blah, has changed. Okay, so yours is doing the thing that mine was doing if I didn't when I was in Daz, file, send to ZBrush, if I didn't uncheck export at current resolution.
Okay, so let's try this again. Oop. We are going to go File.
just to make
Send
things
to.
clear, this is what happened to me when I had it.
Okay, so send to ZBrush. Oop. No, fine. Send to a ZBrush. Export current resolution is not checked.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what it should be. Okay, click accept.
So yes.
I don't know what any of that says.
The topology of the mesh has changed. Press yes to transfer high resolution details to the model mesh. Press no to delete high res. No, I'm going to say yes.
Okay. I believe that's the wrong answer.
No. I had changed the model. See, because it's viewing this. This has the same name. You see what I mean? So it's bringing it in.
Yeah. Okay, so we're back to
And now I'm going to divide it. Okay. And I am just going to
just send it straight back.
do
to
that.
See if the button works.
And so now we're going to go Z. Nope.
Nope, same window.
Yep.
The window will look completely different if it's
Right.
the right one.
Okay. So is there a Go Z setting in ZBrush that I have screwed up? So let's look at this. Path to Go Z Studio. That's the path. Okay.
Oh, I do have import as subtool selected in preferences.
Where?
Preferences, Go Z, import as subtool.
Oh, import as subtool. Okay. So
And then Edgar wants to make sure you have all geometry unhidden. I don't think you have anything hidden.
no, they're not visible. Okay. Now, but
Those little things, don't worry about them.
okay. So
Oh. No. Yeah, that might be it.
that they're not visible.
Yeah.
Okay. But we didn't import that one as a subtool. So are there any settings in this that we're supposed to deal with?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I haven't changed any. I just installed it.
So send to ZBrush. Export at current resolution is not checked. Export with deformations is checked. Accept. Yes. So now we have this. Let's just send him back. Go Z. Ah. It's there.
You have a new fun window?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so in this one, instead of create morph, I did update
Base mesh.
base mesh, and then leave everything else.
Okay, accept. Okay. So maybe it was the subtool setting.
Yeah, I think it was those hidden eyelashes that goofed it.
Could be too. All right, so we're going to take you. Here, I'm just going to move this. All right. No. Cancel. Send to ZBrush. Export at current resolution is turned off. Export with deformations is turned on. We accept. Yep. So we have our guy. And now
Just do a little sculpting and send him back.
we sculpt on him. There we go. He's been sculpted. And now we go Z. We have our window. Update base mesh. That's all we change. We accept. There he is. And now let's move him around. Hold on, we have poses. Somewhere in here, there are poses. Poses. Wait, they have expressions. They're not. Haven't downloaded. I don't know. I don't know how you... Like I said, I haven't really played with this. She's the one that has all this stuff. I don't... Change his face? Maybe not.
I don't know that those are Genesis 8.1 male poses. So on mine, everything is filtered by applicable content.
Okay, so maybe that's why it's not there. So figures, people. Oh, we have to go back. Go back. Where figure? Genesis 8.1 Groover. Where's Genesis 8.1?
You see the Genesis 8 starter kit?
Uh-huh.
Don't
Oh, I
click
see.
that.
It's inside. Genesis 8.1 basic mail.
Over on the left now, you should see poses, and all of those should be. Don't make a new fella, unless you want a new fella.
No, I think it has to update something. Okay. It did. And he has the lump in his chest and the big old bubble eye. Ooh, look at that. Ta-da! Ask, and you shall figure it out.
Yeah. So issues we found out, make sure to uncheck current resolution when sending from Daz to ZBrush, and then make sure in ZBrush
You have import as
all of your
subtool.
subtools are visible.
And import as subtool.
That may or may not have made a difference.
No, I think it did because I accidentally imported it again and it was, remember it came in, I was like, no, stop. And it came in mangled. So, or it didn't export right. So I think that subtool is a big part too.
Okay, and now I will try.
I like how do you zoom in?
I use my Space Mouse.
Will Space Mouse zoom in? Whoa!
You should, in the configuration file that I sent you, you should have all my Space Mouse configurations for Daz. Whoa, you don't.
I think that might be a little fast.
Yes, it is extremely fast by default. You have to go in the settings.
Look at the square spin.
Yeah.
Look at that square spin. That's awesome. I think we might be able to go back in time. We're spinning fast enough. Okay. Well, we'll have to work on that one.
Yeah. Maybe you haven't applied my configurations yet.
I haven't yet. No.
Yeah.
How do I do that?
Oh.
Never mind. We're not going to do that.
Do it all.
Okay. So there, wasn't that useful?
Yes.
All right. See, we try to solve problems here. Would you like to save current changes? Ew. Ooh, but look at this awesome, sexy guy. He's got bubble eye. I wonder if we could make that bubble eye blink. Ooh, nice. Ooh. Okay.
And once you send, so after you pose the model, you can export it back to ZBrush again, and you'll still have all your subdivisions.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
See? For all those people who blew me off because it said jewelry. Ha! Delete all. Okay. Didn't I say
It
okay?
doesn't say jewelry, it says crits.
No. Whatever.
It
First,
might
I
actually
have
still say jewelry.
the Genesis doesn't come with Daz, right? I have to download it by
No, that's
itself.
the base model they give you, isn't it?
I think you have to install the Genesis
Kid Essential,
content.
right?
Yeah,
But it
the
should be
essential-
free.
It's free, yeah.
Yeah, it's free. It's free.
Yeah, they now have like that new loader
Can't
thing.
use it. Doesn't work at all. Just pulls up a white screen that never changes. I had to uninstall it to get Daz to work.
Oh, that works fine.
Mine does not.
I think you might have to pray to the Daz god.
Maybe my i9 isn't good enough. My 3090's not going to cut it.
Yeah, no, sorry. Because your 3090 is white.
No, it's not anymore. It's black.
It knows in its soul that it's white.
It knows in its soul it's a white edition, but it's now water cooled.
And it knows that it knows in its soul that it was in the wrong machine.
That's the
Oh.
truth.
I forgot the cameras suck in Daz.
You're not supposed to be doing anything. You're supposed to be in there sculpting.
They're pretty good with a space mouse. After you turn the speed down.
How do you pan in Daz? Well, whatever.
I don't
Use
know.
a space mouse.
Use a space mouse.
The panning
What's the,
machine.
licensing like? It's doing all of this using the Genesis base mesh. Do you need a special commercial license for that?
No, I don't think so. I think that that's sort of their whole thing. I mean, I imagine. Yeah, no, I think they're commercial free.
We'll have to look into it, but this is all just sort of a pipe dream right now.
Seems like you might need to purchase an interactive license.
That's for game assets and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
It'll never be interactive.
Okay. Any app, game, or video game.
Yep.
So
Didn't
as
say
long as it's not
jewelry or 3D
one of
print.
those, should be okay.
Yeah, it says you can use. Yeah, see, it says 3D model asset animation, and that's where they're 3Ding. I mean, at the end of the day, the second you start sculpting on that, that's really not their model anymore. I mean, the whole point of doing this is so you don't have to use their asset. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because they can't, they can't claim that. And the sculpt you do off of their base model is their model. And
Yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? It's like how much you've modified it, and if it's modified to a certain extent, like I think it's allowed to be yours or something like that.
well,
Looked into it,
I mean,
think, but-
the copyright laws are now pretty awesome for artists in the sense of really all you have to do is look at a product and decide that you're going to take part of its market share and then make it look anything like that model. You could get nailed for that. But this is a completely different thing. This isn't,
right.
I mean, these are assets to create that have been created to use. But yeah, I think that, a simple call would solve that issue. But I can't imagine in any world that they would be able to,
All right.
unless you
Sounds good.
use their name. Like, you can buy Legos, right? And build anything you want out of Legos and sell them, but you can't claim to be Lego, right? it's riding on that name that really is more the issue than the model. Because take Citizen Brick, for example. They strip the pigment off of the Legos, and then they custom print their own Legos, but they're actual Legos. The parts are actual Legos, you know, they're not making it. And all they have is a disclaimer saying that these are not Legos. So, you know, these are models that are actually made to be assets. So I don't think there are going to be any problems with. But it's definitely worth looking into.
I know that there was some trouble with Titan Forge. It's one of the biggest miniature companies.
Mm-hmm.
They were using parts from Artisan Guild on their site without permission, and they got in trouble for that.
What is Artisan Guild?
Oh, Artisan Guild's it's basically those two, Titan Forge and Artisan Guild, they're the top two,
Okay.
I guess, kind of miniature creators for 3D printing.
Sure.
And Titan Forge took some of the sort of hands, I think it was some hands or something, and used it on some of their stuff, and they got in trouble for it. So.
Well, I would say that's slightly different in the sense of you're actually stealing your enemy's assets. As opposed to going to, let's say, Turbo Squid and buying hands, right? You know.
Yeah.
Actually, I had a conversation with my friend today about NFTs. And I guess that Coinbase is about to start an NFT market. And he wants to wait for Coinbase's NFT market. So I was really reticent about NFTs. And I think, you know, the power usage issue is something that's very real. But my friend David was like, so you're going to use YouTube videos to, you know, kind of do your thing? He goes, do you know how much power YouTube uses compared to what an NFT uses? I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. So
I think that's a pretty false comparison, but go on.
Well, I mean, I don't know why.
Yeah, I do. I know exactly why.
But he's not using Ethereum. He's waiting for the other thingy-mabob, which is supposed to be whatever. I don't know. But he said that he wants me to do some NFTs with him. And it's very sad. His uncle died today.
Oh, that is sad.
His uncle's Colin Powell.
Oh.
I called him to give condolences. Talk about NFTs. Dave's awesome. He was friend, roommate, business partner. We went to CalArts together. I know a lot of Dave. All I know is that the NFT world sort of makes. I was looking at, I can't think of what the site was, but weren't you and I? Didn't we run into him, Henry? What site was that? What's that?
I don't remember. The room full of gorillas.
Yeah, the 8-bit Donkey Kongs, and they were like, one of them sold for like 25 grand or something like that. It's just like, oh hell no.
Oh hell no.
Oh hell no. I'm just saying. There are people making too much money with digital currency, obviously, if that's what they're going to buy with it.
it's partly for holding their money because
Yeah.
the Ethereum gas fees are so high. It's like it's almost like an investment other than just holding the coins, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. No, it's a way to bank your money and actually have earning potential other than just your standard banking your money.
Yeah.
I get it.
But there's so many artists, like, well, that I see on Twitter that hate so much on NFT and every artist that does NFT. And I don't know why, to be honest.
Well, I think a lot of annoyance is, there are artists who have trained their entire lives to be good at the skills they do. And then you have some Jing Jong come in and create an 8-bit flower, and all of a sudden that's considered art. And that is a valid, it's even worth discussing some of this stuff as art, which for people who actually make their living off art, and when you see someone who has no talent, no interest in making something of value, it's just a, hey, look, I can make a Donkey Kong. It's like, okay. And this is always the eternal question when new art is formed: what is art? But I'll tell you that Donkey Kong's not art. I don't care what you say.
But
I don't care.
I get that, but the ones that I've seen that they're mad about, it's like for them it's a scam. It's just like, oh, why would anyone pay for art? You can just right click and save it.
Well, yeah. I mean,
So they're against people that ask them, hey, do you wanna make me NFTs so I can sell them? So like I can sell your images. And they're like, no, I will never do NFT for anybody. It doesn't matter how much they pay me. I'm like, why? Like, you get paid to make art. If someone's gonna resell them, I don't care. Like,
well,
From
yeah.
that
Well, I mean,
perspective, it's really silly because NFTs are the first way for an artist to continue profiting off of their work as it is resold.
right, which does not happen in the art world.
It's impossible.
yeah.
Right. No, I mean, there's some actually really awesome things about it. Because if you make a painting or a sculpt, and then the person who purchased that sculpt sends it to Sotheby's, and now they make it, you all of a sudden had become popular, and so he sells it. You sold it to him for $50, and he sells it for $3 million. You get none of that. That's not the art world, where, like he says, you get a cut of every time it sells, right? Isn't that
Yeah,
the
well,
principle?
you can if you configure it properly. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, things like that are awesome. The other interesting thing, and that's the thing that Dave's been sort of talking about, is that where you're actually tying the NFTs to physical objects, and it's sort of a co-copyright on some things. I don't understand it. I mean, I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag, but he has, like, what he's thinking about doing has something to do with tying it to actual physical objects in some way. Don't know. But was it you, Henry, that was telling me, or was it someone else that was telling me that the real future of NFTs are things like removing bureaucracy from the system? So let's say you have Zelle or Moneybait or whatever digital wingy jingy you have, bank, and I have my car on sale at, what is it, Craigslist or whatever. The thing about the non-fungible tokens is that they really can become legal documents because of how they're formed. So the future of them is things like, I'm selling my car, you Venmo me the money, and I send you a NFT of the pink slip. So they're, I guess, secure enough to be truly transactional. And
Yeah.
that's where a lot of people see the future of the NFTs are becoming like more like documents and things that you can control. Am I right about that? Or is that just me yabbering?
No, that's right.
Okay. And so, you know, my whole issue, or one of the big issues, was the electricity usage.
That's my problem with it. I think everything else about it is absolutely awesome. And once the Ethereum 1.0 blockchain is no longer the base blockchain, the default blockchain that everyone uses, I will be happy to participate.
Okay, so my take on the electricity problem is that I feel like the world like evolves with whatever it's going through. Like we're never gonna be prepared for anything if we don't use that or be in there. So we cannot make the electricity a problem before
have
we
to make the
start selling
electricity.
NFTs. We sell NFTs and we see there's a problem and we fix it. We fix it. I'm not against fixing it. Of course,
So
I would.
we've already done that part. We've already had cryptocurrencies for long enough to know that the power consumption is
A real issue.
is wild.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to make it sound apocalyptic, but is not compatible with how much power the world can produce for as long as we can produce it and what that does to the climate over time. But we already know that there's a solution. There are eco-friendly blockchains. ETH 2.0, which eventually when they release it, will be the solution. Why they aren't releasing it faster, or why Ethereum is still the default for everyone, is currently the problem.
Well, I think that's where he wanted to wait for the Coinbase one.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a different thingy-mabob.
Yeah,
Like my
proof of
technical
ownership,
terms.
probably. Yeah. What you mean to say is proof of ownership.
Yes.
Of proof of work.
Instead of proof of stake, is that?
Maybe proof of stake. That one I'm not quite familiar with yet.
I think it means that. I think it means.
Proof of ownership.
I think it's proof of ownership. It means you have a stake in the company. So, like, you have to own shares in a company to be able to mint. Is that right? Or something like that?
I doubt it.
Thanks. Thanks for your support.
I can lie. Oh no, I'm sure that thing you just babbled is absolutely right. But yeah, that's my only problem with it. I think it's already abundantly clear that it's a huge problem, yet we're continuing on as if it's not.
Well, I still don't feel like it's famous enough for people. I mean, like people are still fighting over if it's cool or not. Like I've seen more people against NFTs, not even taking into account the electricity problem, than the ones that I've seen that actually like NFTs.
Well, I think the ones who are just crabby about NFTs are that, I've spent my entire life trying to learn how to do this, and some jackass just made, $3 million off of doing nothing. But that's the crabassery of art. I mean, because what's that?
Language.
Crabassery?
Well,
Is that the one? Okay. All right. Yeah. I feel safe with that one. You should hear
Again,
Ash.
like I just have seen artists that people ask them to make NFTs and they say no because they don't want they don't want their art to be sold as NFTs because it doesn't make sense to them or
Well, that's
something
it.
like
I mean,
that.
those are people who it just doesn't make sense to. And if they understood like the actual power of the concept of an NFT, it's pretty darn awesome. And just how the things that it can evolve into is pretty impressive. It's just, you know, selling one NFT and it using 30 years of what I would use in electricity. You know, that's the thing, because, you know, at some point we have to go, hey, I believe in climate change, or I believe in, you know, stopping racism, or I believe in stopping sexism, blah, 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 blah. But you eventually have to say, okay, well, this is the thing that I can actually just not participate in and not contribute to that until it is fixed. And I guess what Henry's saying about some of that is that it can be fixed. In some ways, it is fixed. I mean, it's fixed. There are people who are doing it. But because, you know, this one site is trendy or has become the, you know, the main gallery that people are selling things through, and, you know, they're just making enough money that, you know, in some ways it doesn't matter right now. Why would we change because we have something that's making money, or whatever the reason is? You know, where is the point where you say, okay, you can change this, you've made enough money to change this, but you're not changing it? Where does that become the problem? Now, as far as artists being crabby about it, artists are going to be crabby about everything. I'm crabby about everything. So, I mean, I feel it, you know, but, you know, at the same time, because in some ways we were having this conversation earlier today, he's like, yeah, but at what point do you not say, well, it's about time that we do something cool with it? Are we going to wait for someone else to do something cool with it, or are we going to try to do something cool with it? And so, yeah, you know, it's a tricky paradox sometimes, because, you know, I know a friend of mine sold, you know, it was a rotation of a ZBrush model with a soundtrack, and he sold it for $16,000. And don't get me wrong, I love his art. I mean, and it's cool. You know, it's neat. It's not just an 8-bit monkey. You know, I mean, it's a little clip and it's cool. And
Remember, I don't know. I have read so many things that people say against NFTs that it just amazes me. Like, the other thing that they were saying is that it's capitalism, like, at its finest, because just because it's their art, they don't want it to be capitalized like that. They
well,
don't want
okay.
other people selling it. I'm like, well, art is, yeah, you're
Yeah.
selling a product.
Okay, so
Art is a product. Like,
okay, so
you want to
you
make
want to
a
be
living
an
on it?
artist, but you don't want to sell your art. So
Well,
you
no,
are a
they don't.
hobbyist, and
They
that's
don't want it
sweet.
to be resold
Well,
as a like they don't want it to be a product. They want it to be a piece of art that someone bought for them. I'm like, what
yeah,
art it is?
but every art auction is an art that was someone bought and then is reselling.
Yeah, yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
art is already the commodities market. I mean, you know, I mean, I'm just going to say that's an absurd. That's
Oh yeah,
unless, you know, you're a millionaire and you're just making art and you want to give it to people who feel emotionally intact to your pieces and blah. Yeah, but that's not art. I mean, art has always been a commodity. I mean, name one artist that you know that didn't sell their art. Well, if they didn't sell their art, you sure as hell don't know them now. You know what I mean? It's like that. That's crazy. That's an absurd argument.
I get so sad, like so upset about it every time I
I mean, I
read
can
that.
understand why people are reticent, right? I mean, there are some real things that you can make a stand on that you should be reticent if you're conscientious at all. You know, but to say that art's capitalism, well, of course art's capitalism. I mean, how do you keep buying paints if you don't sell your paintings? You know, how do I don't know. That is absurdity. That's a dumb. Well, I just want it to be sold to the one person, and then they'll never ever sell it. Dude, who do you think you are? I mean, like.
Well, the thing is that there's so many. Like, I'm not even talking to you that, oh, I just have read some people saying it. Like, it's a bunch of people that
Well,
think like this.
okay, well, first of all, those are people who aren't making money off their art. Because the first thing you learn when you start actually paying your, or let me rephrase this, those are not people who are paying bills with their art. Because, I mean, that's a lovely, kind of self-righteous weirdness, but I mean, so that means that Leonardo wasn't an artist. I mean, he sold his art and people traded it and sold it. I mean,
Sold it real good.
Sold it real good. I mean, all I can say is those people are not making money off their art. I mean, they're, because that doesn't, I mean, that argument doesn't even make sense. I mean, that makes no sense. That's like, I mean, that is literally like saying, well, you're not an artist if you use blue. It's the same argument.
I want to fight against them, but I'm gonna get canceled on Twitter if I say something like that.
Just, what?
People are.
I'm going to get canceled because I think you're an idiot. Well,
Yes.
You've kind of proven it. I don't know.
I think there are a lot of valid arguments against NFTs, and that is not one of them.
And that's not one of them. No, that's my point. I mean, there are plenty of arguments that you could take up that are legitimate issues with NFTs. That's not one of them. That's
chief among them. It's just confusing. NFTs are confusing, and therefore I don't want to participate. Sure. All right. Yeah, I get that. They're weird. But if I don't know what you're making art for if you don't intend to sell it.
right. Oh, but I don't want it resold. So you're pretentious enough to think that your art is so important that no one will ever resell it because it's not a commodity to them. It's an emotional anchor that ties them to that state in their life, which they'll be ever owning and wanting. And shut up.
No, here's what it must be. Those people think that if someone buys their art, they are instantly immortal because they can't die, or their art's going to get resold.
Yeah, it's absurdity.
Right.
That is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard of. I mean, I've heard some dumb arguments in the world. That's a dumb one. It's capitalism. Duh. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You make something and people buy it. Supply and demand. You make something that someone thinks is cool, someone else wants to buy it. So they turn around and sell it. If anything, it's far more egalitarian than the art world is. I mean, that's crazy. Exactly. I had that argument with someone where I was like, they were like, oh, well, you're sculpting in foam. That's not art. I'm like, okay, well, first of all, Henry Moore sculpted in foam. Just saying. Yes, they were eventually cast in bronzes, but he sculpted in foam. You know why? Because taking something that's a 32-foot something and having that be doing lath and plaster where you build a wood structure and put lath over it and then you plaster that and then you sculpt on top of that. It weighs tons. Of course you're going to use foam. Okay. 1. 2. Oh, sculpting in the computer isn't art. That's the computer does it for you. Here's the stylus. Here you go. Take it. You do it. Here you go. Let the computer do that for you. It's like, it's always the argument when new tools come. And they found Leonardo's camera obscura. And so, knowing that Leonardo traced, landscapes because he was using a camera obscura. Anybody going to say that Leonardo's not an artist? You know, I mean, that's absurdity. That's one, it's someone who's absolutely uneducated. Because, you know, what do you think an artist is? I mean, you know, if you're a computer engineer and you go home and paint, you know what you are? You're a computer engineer, because that's how you're making your living, you know. If you're a race car driver and you go home and like do flower arrangements, you know what you are? You're a race car driver who does flower arrangement. You know, I'm glad that art's your hobby and you think it's so universally important that it needs to be soul bound to the person who buys it from. Name one thing. Name one thing on this planet. Okay, maybe, you know, a fake limb or like teeth, but fake eye, you know, okay. But to be fair, someone might sell those afterwards after you die. But name one thing in the world that you, okay, food, you eat that. But name one product in the world that the creator designed that wasn't made for that specific person that would be offended if it was resold.
NFTs.
Yeah, that's just dumb. Bren, there it is. No, that's how absurd that is. It's like, oh well, I bought my first car. Oh well, you're the devil capitalist if you ever sell that car. That's your car. That's the only car you get. No one ever else is going to touch that car. I mean, that's how absurd that argument is. Yeah, you need to tell them they're silly.
No, that's like entering like a feminist cave and saying go shave. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. To be fair, that's.
I said some like I tried to defend my opinion in Twitter once, and like a bunch of people came to me for saying something like against whatever they were cheering about. I'm like, well, this was last time.
Well, I guess there's a reason that I don't use Twitter. I have a Facebook page, but I've stopped using it really. Like we post stuff, but it's really more just like a billboard. I don't participate in that. That makes me
good.
Oof, makes me nuts. People are crazy. Crazy, I say.
Oh my god, idiots and bad actors.
What was that?
Filled with idiots and bad actors.
Oh my god, it's crazy.
So
it's capitalism. That just, oh my god, that just makes me want to pee myself. It's just like, what is up with you?
Well, it feels good to know that I'm not crazy.
No,
Hearing it from you.
You're not crazy. You are not the crazy one in this argument.
I wanted to ask you because I saw a Twitter one like a few weeks ago that said, oh,
Did I have
what
4
are
legs?
you? Well, like it said, oh, I was having a conversation with someone, and like that person asked me. This is a Twitter. It didn't happen to me. So someone asked me what I did for a living, and I said I'm an artist, and that person said, oh, I'm an artist as well, but what do you do? I'm like, no, I
No,
actually
that's
get
what I
paid.
do. It's
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
But so, do you think people can call their self artists even if they don't make money?
Sure. I think there are people who, you know, have genuine creativity and who do it. And there are, now, they're crazy. Literally, I mean, I know somebody who makes art and hides it, buries it, burns it. She has some mental issues. But she's a brilliant artist. I mean, because, and see this, these are the big, bad, dirty questions of what is art, you know? And I think art has intention. I think that art usually is someone who has a message or a voice that they're trying to convey ideas with. And I mean, trust me, I went to Cal Arts. We got the, oh, well, advertising does that. Well, okay, fair enough. But it's a very, very tricky debate. What is art? But I think it's funny. I think when you see it, participate it, and understand it, you know, right? I mean, like, this is not my art. This is my artistry. This is my craft, right? Because I'm designing a product. I don't really have, you know, we have a theme, which I happen to be good at. You know, it's like, oh, we're going to make biomechanical rings. Okay. But when I make art, it usually has a message, or it's ironic, or it's snarky, or I'm creating it to put forth my opinion, ideas in it. Now, do I think that you need to understand that? No, not necessarily. And that's where it gets tricky, because I don't necessarily think that it has, when I say a message or a story in the creation process, I don't think that's necessarily something that needs to be understood by the viewer. I think an educated viewer will understand it, usually, because if you're educated in art, there are what's semiotics. You know, there are things that are signifiers and signified, and the motion, you know, different art movements have different vernaculars that are hieroglyphics of the meanings of what they're trying to get across. But you can get emotionality across through, you know, 7 splotches of red on a wall, because, oh, the rhythm is close and they're angled, so it's aggressive. Oh, they're round circle. Oh, so it's neutral. You know, oh, they're big squares and square shapes. Oh, it's grounded. You know, and these aren't things that are just made up. You know, these are how the human mind perceives shape, form, tone. And we know that there's a lot of truth in that, right? You know, the ape wants symmetry. And so there's a really beautiful little, one day, Henry, will you remind me to try to find that video? This video. And what it is, I've seen a few of them done, but basically they take 6 pictures, and they open the pictures, and they're all stacked on one label, and you're supposed to bring them down to the one below it, and you do it in order of attractive, right? And what they did when they composed the pictures is they made the one that you know is going to be most attractive perfectly symmetrical. And then as they go down the line, they get less and less symmetrical. And so these are computer generated images for symmetry. And it's like 97% get the first 2 and the last 2 the same. And then the 2 center ones fluctuate because of taste, right? Like, they're close enough that they're like, oh, okay, well, I don't like redheads. But if you don't get that like 90% of the time on the outer 2, right? Because the 2 center ones are closest, and it's the middle, and it's like, okay, whatever. So we know that the ape wants symmetry. But if everything's just perfectly symmetrical, the ape gets bored with it quickly, right? So when I design stuff, I design it symmetrically, and then I go back in and I change the symmetry just a little, because when your brain's looking at it, it's going to go, oh, it's symmetrical. And it's like, well, wait, it's not quite symmetrical. And then it's like, oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And if you can get the brain to spend more time looking at your object, and it's not so distorted that it loses the appeal of the symmetry, your brain will spend more time looking at it and trying to understand it. And so, you know, it's science. We know this stuff. We know that there are emotional reactions to color. We know this. I mean, that's where they came up with that bizarro mint green in the 70s because someone decided that was the calmest color there was. Well, okay, but you don't really need to paint the inside of every school and hospital with it. I'm glad we got over that. So there is real science in aesthetics, and I think that and there are artists who are not educated, just like there are great drivers that never went to driving school. But if you didn't go to driving school and come up through the driving, you will never be a Formula One racer, because there are things that a great driver will just miss, right? It's like, oh, how do I hold my lines? Oh, an aggressive jerk, that is something that can be done as long as you don't infringe their line. If you don't understand the line, you don't understand that foul. So I would argue the same thing with art. There are artists who are uneducated who are great artists. There are people who see, and it's really learning to see. And so, but I don't think they understand what makes their art powerful without that education. Because if you don't know color theory, you don't understand the scientific emotional reactions to color and form. Right? I mean, you might through exercises relearn these rules, but it's just like, well, let's put it this way. You can go read law books and really quite understand a lot about the law, right? They don't make you a lawyer. And no one would argue that. That would never cause a fight with anyone, right? No one's going to argue that point. Now, you may argue that the person knows more about law than the lawyer, but that don't make you a lawyer. But anyone who goes, I bought a pencil, I'm an artist, now I have to listen to that, right? And so I think that, especially in the modern world where we have removed art education from schools, all of those math geniuses and people who are good at math and the jocks, they didn't have to take art class and fail, right? They didn't have to sit there and try to draw a square and fail at it. They were good at something. And now the one thing that artists were good at that other people had to go through that education process to understand that it's not easy. Now anyone who wipes their earwax and scrubs it on a piece of paper, they could say they're an artist. And that, I do find that annoying. And I do think that that's some of the kickback from artists about NFTs. Because there's a lot of uneducated ding-dongs who think they're artists. And I mean, yeah, you might be able to make something, but it doesn't mean that you understand what you're making. And like I said, there are always, I mean, you can put this as an argument. There are exceptions to everything, right? Mozart did his first concerto at 6 or whatever. But I guarantee you that kid was educated. I mean, he had natural talent, but you can't say that he wrote a perfect concerto without ever seeing or listening to a concerto or an opera or whatever it was that he... I think that's probably true as well, but especially since, people have been making such huge money on NFTs. And that's where it's annoying because, I mean, a lot of these people aren't even claiming to be artists. They just made an 8-bit Donkey Kong, and now all of a sudden, they're making money. And it's like, well, hell yeah, I'm going to make 18 more of these bad boys. So be it. That's cool, whatever. But, at some point, artists are going to have to start making NFTs that have quality to them, and I'm sure there are some, but it's just, I can see where some artists get sparky about it, because it's just like, well, wait a minute, I mean, thank God I had scholarships, but my education at Cal Arts cost a fortune. I mean, we were as expensive as Yale. And you know, all of a sudden every wonkadoodle with a pencil is an artist, and you're like, well, no. You know nothing about art history, you know nothing about the processes, you know nothing about the theory, you know nothing about, and once again, because everyone's going to say, oh, my third cousin's never been to art school and they're brilliant. They may be a brilliant craftsperson. Doesn't mean they're a brilliant artist. And it was, oh, well, that's your ivory tower trying to be elite. Blah. Yeah. All right. You know, what do you do for a living? Well, I'm one of those. Oh, you're just trying to be elite. Saying that a lawyer has to go to college. Blah. You know. Well, I think our Congress proves that you don't have to be educated to become a congressman. But completely different issue. Now, I think that the last few generations of how we've dealt with education has been damaging to society because, you know, we've taught everyone that their opinion matters. And
Yes.
I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but you know what? Your all's opinion don't matter. Right? You don't matter. You know why? Because my opinion doesn't matter. SpaceX didn't call me up to design a rocket engine. You know what? My opinion don't matter in the world of rocket engine. You know, you want me to, you know, design airflow patterns for a race car? My opinion doesn't matter. You know why? Because I'm not educated in it. I don't have an educated opinion. Thus, my opinion means nothing.
Exactly.
I would argue that the art world's the same. You have a billion people, but sadly, people just don't have a lot of wind tunnels to start talking about, you know, wind theory. Anybody can pick up a pencil. And, but sadly, if you have not educated, worked, and put time, energy, and thought behind it, yeah, sorry, man. No, you're not an artist. You're a craftsman.
What about self-taught artists?
Yeah, like I said, there are self-taught artists. There are brilliant artists who have, you know, gone through that and have done that and have developed a vocabulary that is theirs and personal and compelling. But I guarantee you the people who are actual self-taught artists, one, looked at art. Two, it's the only thing they do. It's what their passion is. It's what their voice is. And they have chosen art to communicate with the outside world. That is their voice in the world. And then usually most of those self-taught artists wind up going and getting educated. You know, because it's important to be able to discuss art, its meanings, its uses, its forms with other artists. And, you know, think about art movements, right? Well, Picasso and Dali and, you know, the futurists, the mannerists, you know why those became movements? Because someone said, well, it's because they went to Salon, they saw each other's work, they discussed that work, and then they got into like-minded groups to talk about the work that they're making, and then they developed rules and systems that made that group that group. It's not that, you know, chances are most of those people were self-taught, but they participated in Salon, they participated in the art world, they went to coffee shops and talked about coffee. So technically, yes, that is self-taught grouping. But they educated themselves in the vocabulary that they then painted a big banner. We're Impressionist, or, you know, we're the Dadaist, or we're blah, blah, blah. And they educated themselves within that group. I guarantee you, if I drew a picture of a square and went to a Cubist meeting and said, I'm a Cubist, I'd be mugged to death. They'd get me drunk and roll me in the alley and leave me in the center of Paris naked and beat up. Can't do that anymore. Absence illegal. Not really, but not anymore. But, you know, yes, there are self-taught artists, but very rarely are those self-taught artists people who live in a vacuum, right? You know, they are taught. They are taught rules. They are taught images. They are taught, or they never get to be, they don't have the complexity of thought to understand what they're doing. And, once again, there are exceptions to every rule. I'm speaking in more generalities,
Yeah.
But it's infuriating, Like I said, I was in negotiations with one of the richest companies on the planet. And I did something that was, very iconographic to their company. And when we started discussing my billing, they were like, well, can't you give us a break on that? Like, did you ask the engineer for a break? How would your engineer react if you asked them for a break? How would your lawyers ask if you asked them for a deal? And of course, we all hag on this and that, but no, that's not the same spirit of the meaning, It's like, give me a break. I got a little pissy on that meeting, but, and then they were like, oh yeah, well, I guess that's true. It's like, how about you give me a break, right? How about you do this for half pay? I mean, that's what you're asking me. What if I asked you to do your job for half pay? Would you even take that seriously? No, they wouldn't. That's absurd. It's just, and it's because no one, or it's much easier these days to create things, right? I mean, there are computer programs that will design your website for you. That's a perfect example. Okay, so when we got out of college, we had started a web development company, and we were doing websites for Sony Latin Music. We did Motown's website. We did all kinds of websites. And we charged, a cheap website was $50,000. And because you didn't have, what's one of the websites that you can,
Squarespace.
Yeah, that one. You didn't have that. You actually had the program, and people didn't know the programming languages. They weren't really being taught in school or much. It was a brand new, undiscovered territory. And then once it got codified, and then people started doing things like, what was that? Site grinder. That was my favorite thing in the world. Used to be able to take Photoshop layers and label them, and it would turn it into a button. It would write all your code to Photoshop. Oh, that was the greatest thing in the world. I was a wicked website designer at that point. And, but
Oh, WYSIWYG.
you can't, you couldn't charge $40,000 to $100,000 for a website now. No, I'm sure, yes, if you're doing, there are people, I'm sure, that get paid that much to do websites. But, we were getting paid by just cheesy TV shows and stuff. And, it wasn't, there's no way in the world anyone would pay that much money for the websites that we were making now. And, it's just, it's the world changes for sure. But anytime, as an artist, anytime anyone asks you something like that, and you can tell that they're just trying to not pay you a good rate, just ask them if they do it.
Can you point out your ClayTube settings real quick?
I think I just, here are the settings here. Turn on lazy mouse. And I have mine set at 0.003 lazy step. My lazy smooth is 8. My roll distance is 10. Lazy radius is 30. And that's it. And then turn lazy mouse off, and it makes the stroke smoother so you don't get that chatter.
And if you sign up to his mailing list, you can download all of his presets.
Yeah. Hey, I forget about that.
How do you, when I downloaded your UI,
Uh-huh.
like the
The brushes
like
weren't there?
no, but well, yeah, that also, but the screen was really small.
Yeah, sadly, I'm sort of a selfish ding dong, and I make it to fit my screen. And I have a 4K screen, and
Oh,
so I have a lot more pixel space than you do, probably. And in turn, it can be very difficult. That is something that Henry and I need to
Yeah,
do, is make a
we need
low
yeah,
res version of my interface.
we really do.
yeah, for
Because
And
you and I are both in 4K, so it does not occur to us that there isn't enough screen size.
yeah, well, it occurs to me all the time that I don't have enough screen size, but that's a thing that,
But
because
even in 4K, you feel that way.
oh
yeah,
yeah,
because
no, after playing with the 32 again,
n-
you know
now
how
that
much
I'm
more
looking
buttons I could get on my interface?
now that I'm looking you work, like I'm like, well, this isn't the UI that I was using last time that I tried to use.
Sure it was.
It's
Your
like,
the problem is your window is this big. Let me guess.
Your window is 1/4 of
yeah,
what you're seeing on
like
his
that.
screen.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
this is what,
that's
yeah,
yeah, like that.
yeah,
That's what I saw.
it's resolution. I have a lot more pixels. And I'm kind of a jerk. And well, that's not true. We had a low res version of my older one. But with all the new tools and stuff, um, I still have yet to settle completely on a new UI for 7. And what's really funny is that they're going to come out with more features at the summit, I bet. I don't know that. Don't take many words from me. I'm just guessing because they always do that. And I'm gonna have to redo my interface again.
I mean, if they're gonna do it, they just release a patch, so I don't think it's gonna be soon.
Oh, they'll release stuff during the summit, I bet.
Hmm.
I've never seen a summit where they didn't release new features. But once again, that doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean they will, but I'd be shocked if they didn't. That is not an official statement from ZBrush. I do not work for ZBrush. I'm not. I'm not telling you that they are going to do it. I'm just saying. I'd be very surprised if they did. So funny. They were so excited about the stuff in the last release that they released it early for everyone. Normally, that would have been the release for the summit. They were very excited, as well they should be. It was an awesome release. I have no idea. See, I kind of like this, but this all got very geometrically, and so this is going to have to be broken up into things that are a bit more tendony. But this allows me to kind of find divisions and like sort of the flow of the surface. And I find it's far easier to find the flow like this, where it's square, and I can sort of see what's going on in planes, and then I'll organic it up. Yeah, organic it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. One more time. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Organic it up.
Yeah.
I forgot what direction we were going.
Org down. Yeah. Get me on a what is an artist ranting. It just
You
gets
guys ever
really.
done VR stuff?
What's that?
You ever done VR stuff?
I have
Anything in
not.
VR?
I haven't, because when I was starting to explore the computer stuff, the VR stuff really wasn't, there wasn't anything that I could do just as a sculptor.
Mm.
And then I saw, Henry, what's the one where you do it with the ribbons? You're like sculpting in the ribbons.
Yeah, the one that's owned by Google.
Google Paint, Tilt Brush.
Yeah, tilt
Yeah.
brush.
ZBrush, yep.
And I'd played with that, and I was like, wow, this is really cool and really fun. But, there's nothing I could do in that. I could make some cool, like, environmental things, but I couldn't sculpt with that, And supposedly now there are some pretty cool ones, but I've never even touched them. I don't.
Oh my gosh, Gravity Sketch, and there's this other one that just got an update where now you can use it in VR, and then it has a thing where it switches 2D as well, so you can have a nice workflow where you don't have to switch programs.
What was the other one called? Is it Gravity Sketch?
It's Gravity Sketch, and let me look it up. The other one, I forget its name. Modo? No, not Modo. That's the other guy.
Yeah, I know Modo. Man, if Modo was VR, whoop whoop.
They actually do have a plugin.
Do they? I like Modo.
Maya has a plugin. Well, Maya has like several plugins for VR, but Blender has a plugin. ZBrush doesn't have a plugin, or at least that one I've heard of.
No, not that I know of.
Oh, but there is one on Steam that is like ZBrush, where it looks exactly like.
ZBrush is just like, great, thanks. Make sure to get that address out, yo.
Good thing I'm bad with names and stuff.
Right?
I mean, I'm gonna buy it. It went up from $20 to $50 or $60 or something like that now because of the new interface.
That's cool. All I know is that I like Super Hot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I think that, and what's really funny is I realized that when I first played Super Hot, it must have been in development, because I can never remember the name of Super Hot. And then I played, the current version of Super Hot, and it says Super Hot at the end of everything you do, and everyone was like, how can you not remember the name? And I was like, the version I played did not do that, and there was, now it's like, actually the graphics of the world around you are pretty cool. They're pretty real. It's just white. When I played it, it literally was just blocks. There was no detail in anything. And there were no machine guns. You had a pistol, a hammer. I think there were bottles, and that was it. There was, there might have been knives.
It's called Pistol Whip now. Pistol Whip's the crazy one now. It's like having a small seizure every time you play.
Crystal Whip?
Yeah, Pistol Whip looks crazy. It's like the techno version of Super Hot.
Oh, cool. But what I liked about Super Hot is it is a game that you can't, and I guess they have versions of it that aren't VR, but that if you don't play in VR, you could never get the fullness of the game. And the fact that motion is time, you know what I mean? Time is an active participant in the game as a dimensional thing, not just a stop clock. You know what I mean? It's the fact that your motion and what you're doing and how you can position yourself out of things and then just move your hand and get it to be right in front of you, and you pick up this bullet. It's a really fascinating game that I don't think would ever be as entertaining if you're not in VR, right? That's like the first game I've seen that really is truly VR specific, where a lot of them are just, you're playing the game. Like Beat Saber, you know, you could, I mean, look at Guitar Hero, right? You know, you could do it without, like, you could play that on a Wii, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I'm not
so
saying it would be as good.
Well, it won't be as good, but I mean, you're stationary the whole time. If you're not,
Yeah.
Yeah. Since you're stationary, it's kind of like you can do this on anything.
Right. Exactly. That's what I mean. Where you moving is so much a part of how Superhot works. Yeah, I found that to be a really cool and compelling game. And when people start really using that kind of thinking to develop those games, Mirror's Edge.
Oh, Mirror's Edge was this insane game when PS3 was big. Back in the PS3 days, it was like one of the first games. Or no, it was one of the first games. But it was really popular and really good.
All right, Tommy, Henry, and the other guys, I'm leaving. It's too late here.
Right on. Have a
Too
good
late
night.
here too. You have a good one.
Good night.
So,
Good
Nice
night.
talking to you guys. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's the parkour one.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called Concodone.
Concondone?
I'll link it.
Yeah, I've seen someone play this one. But I haven't played this one. I saw something about a new track system for VR where it's sort of on a gimbal and it's a track, but you're suspended like in a chest harness or you're hanging from it, so you literally are moving around. It was pretty cool. I don't know if it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What was that?
Like from Player One, the omnidirectional treadmill.
Yeah, it was something like that. Someone built one. I don't know if it's like a commercial thing or if it's just a thing, but
They made some crazy shoes to go with it, and it's supposed to be consumer ready and all that. It's supposed to be under $1,000 or something, or at least that's what they were working on. The current one's like $3,000 or something.
yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, you know, and I think that's, you know, like people think that like, you know, Ready Player One and these these books and games where people are like, you know, just plugged on live support and then exist in a virtual world. I think we will eventually do stuff like that. I really do. Because let's face it, how many people would just check out and rather just go futz off and play games all day? I know people who do that in real life, you know.
If you've seen what's it called? That gosh, now I forget the name of it. But the anime that was super popular, like stupid popular with the VR stuff, that with the nerve gear. Oh my gosh, you log in and you don't log out.
Yeah.
Game.
Yeah.
That tech is actually becoming real.
Yeah.
They have
I
been
believe
doing research on that.
Well, the thing is that all someone has to do is figure out a way to monetize people. And see, that's where, you know, it does lead to the Matrix, where if I can turn you into a battery and allow you to check out into a VR world, a company's going to do that without a question. Without a question. You just have to come up with a killer app of what you can do with people in VR. Oh no, without a doubt. Oh, that's science fiction. Yeah, so are cell phones.
There are currently these what's it called? There's AR VR lenses. I mean, they're literally contact lenses.
Really?
And they already exist. They already work. Just haven't brought them to market yet.
I like that idea.
Yeah, it's the coolest thing yet.
I'll tell you, anything that could actually give me information, I would be pretty stoked about.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to having Terminator vision.
Right? I think it would just be great if I could put a source image in my eye instead of trying to get it to work in any program ever.
Oh my gosh, right? Yes.
Can I have that source image overlay? Thank you. and this is another thing I like about sculpting in the high res. You get all these overlays, so you can create some really cool textures. Inflate is awesome. You know, it used to be sort of like, you know, the superhero question, you know, oh yeah, you know, if you had a superpower, what would your superpower be? It's like, oh, you know, if you could live in an immersive environment, you know, would you? You know, that's not fantasy for too much longer, I guarantee you. Because I would really love to figure out how to, there's some eye tracking stuff that I'm very, very interested in trying to incorporate into art education. And I don't know enough about it, and I don't know anyone who can get me a headset that works detailed enough to track your eyes and stuff. But like, I really, I know that they have VR software that can track sort of emotional reactions to things they see, where, you know, through dilation and heart rate, and, you know, it monitors a bunch of stuff through your eye. And I know they have that technology.
I think there is one company that makes this one headset. I was watching this guy, Thrill Seeker. He was showing it, and this headset's so crazy that its AR mode looks like it looks like you're in the Matrix or something. Like, it looks super realistic, and like it's just the craziest thing ever. But it's like a $6,000 headset.
I bet that, Henry, I bet that's the one I showed you.
It's ridiculous.
Not if it's only $1,000.
No, he said $6,000.
Yeah, it's like $6,000.
Because I think
Then
that's,
it probably is.
well, that's the one that I was looking at that was in that $6,000 range. I was doing research about eye tracking, software and hardware. And the problem with eye tracking hardware is that good, accurate eye tracking hardware, you almost have to have your head like in this little brace thing. And so I was looking, every once in a while I dive back in, and, you know, if the technology's not really there, you know, I just read about it next 6 months, or, you know, and somehow I was doing something and I read, and I'm pretty sure it's the same one, because that's the first AR headset that is rated to the accuracy where you can literally learn to fly a helicopter and land the helicopter, and you can do all of your actual flights. Like, it counts as airtime in helicopter training, right?
What?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
So the responses and stuff with it are accurate enough to get helicopter training, right? And so that had a lot to do with their eye tracking stuff. And I'd love to get one of those and really start to I obviously I would need a programmer, or, you know, someone who understands how to write the code to write the programs to get it to do what I want it to do. But I think it would be amazing for product design that if you're sitting there, and I think, you know, in an education, you could do this in an educational thing to show how design works. But like, if you show people and they have a virtual object they can pick up, look at, put it on their finger, you know, futz with, it can be a piece of art, whatever it is. And you get, you know, say you get 20 people to put it on, look at it, futz with it. And like, think about for bridal rings, right? For bridal wear, you could have the bride to be run through 10, 15 designs, and you can literally tell what parts she's having an emotional reaction to. So you can literally create an object that gives the emotional support to the idea of what the product's doing, right? You want to feel comfort, you want to feel love, you want to, and can you imagine tuning products to people's emotional responses to those products? I mean, that's custom. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's like Google on crack.
And the problem is that no one, no one's going to do that for art. So I got to find a way to justify that. What's that?
Have you tried Unity? Unity has a really, I mean, it was years ago when I tried it, but I tried to set up oh my gosh, forgetting so many now. Leap Motion. My Leap Motion controller with my headset so that I could use my hands in VR. Because the hand tracking with Leap Motion is stupid good for what it is, and it could see all 10 fingers and your palm, and you could just watch. You could see the model in VR touch each of your fingers perfectly. No stuttering, no messing up, no mix up, no nothing. It knew exactly where everything was all the time. And you could move at normal speed. And Gravity Sketch actually had a plugin for it. And it was insane because you could make the art and then grab it like it was the real thing, like test it out. Much like that, like in Iron Man, where he has that holodeck and he just like 10 in it, like it was like that. That's basically what it is. And then they removed it though. So I tried to remake it, couldn't. But Unity made it kind of easy to get there because they have a lot of packages that are just already ready to go. You don't really need to know much code or have to do many fixes.
Yeah, Unity's easy. When the HTC Vive first came out, I built a couple VR games in Unity. One of which using the Leap Motion controller, where I made a big lake and then I 3D modeled a boat and put it into the scene, and you drove the boat from its steering wheel with just your hands over the Leap Motion controller.
Oh, that's cool.
It took a couple days.
I wish Leap Motion had caught on. It was so cool. It never really caught on. No one really made a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, here. This is the.
Well, now.
Is that the helmet?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. With the LiDAR, the dual LiDAR.
Yeah. So you literally can walk around the room and you can put it on like, isn't there like semi-transparency or where it gives you the map of the room you're standing in? So there's no, it's crazy.
It looks, well, when they did the test, when I was watching it through the video, of course, it wouldn't do it justice, but the way they were talking about it, it was crazy. Like, like the Matrix look, I guess like the Matrix look, where you can see a kind of underpinning there, but it mostly, for the most part, looks real. And you realize, like, oh, wow, you're looking through something. This is not like your actual eyes.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of car design with it and stuff. Surgical training.
The car design people are the ones who really use it, but there's also another thing about it. I think it's like $1,000 or something for a monthly license.
Yeah, I wanted to reach out to them and just see if it's something that can be done, I think I sent them a letter. I can't remember. I might have not, but it's just something that we haven't integrated into art education. I don't think it's something that I think could be really pretty wonderful, to.
Yeah.
But
VR should have been part of art. It would have made it so much crazier. Oh yeah.
So one day, yet another thing that I have on my palette, what I want done. Henry's going to have to learn a lot more about educational VR programming, though.
I mean, I'm sure it's easy enough, but it's way at the bottom of my list.
Easier on Uni than it is on Unreal. Unreal is a nightmare. I do not like that program.
Yeah, that project that the guy showed us last week that he did for Unreal was pretty sexy.
Oh,
It was neat.
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, they're all the same to me. Code is code.
yeah, but I don't know. I used Unity and did not find an issue with it. After using Unreal, I just the interface is just so clunky to me. And so,
Yeah.
like, who made this? Who did you make this for?
Some dork. Well, I just, I mean, I don't even know how to even conceive of an idea of how to develop, or, if there's something that can be used to develop something in that idea of where you're like, oh, we can track, emotional and, well, physical emotional reactions to objects. Like, how quick can it do it? Because when I read the article, I mean, they were talking about going through a store and they had the helmet where they walk through the store and they were getting their, emotional responses on how different shelving was set up and product placement stuff. And
Oh,
like they were getting pupillary responses and pulse rate responses to try to figure out what was the best way to have people stay interacted with their store, where you don't get bored halfway through the store because there's always like this puzzle to be solved. And when I say puzzle to be solved, I'm not talking consciously, it's this subconscious way of keeping them engaged in the shopping experience. And I want to say it was either Louis Vuitton or Prada, it was a big fashion house. And it was just a really interesting article on LinkedIn. I'm part of a few eye tracking groups. And I always laugh. I'm like, a sculptor? No, I really don't have anything to do with this. And one of them is a scientific one, and they're actually the people out there doing this crap, and that's where I saw the thing. And you had to apply to become a member, and they were like, so what do what they sent the little questionnaire, what software you use, what hardware you use, what is this, and I'm like, ZBrush. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. And I kind of wrote what I was interested in, and they were like, oh yeah, join our club. Talk wacky goofusness with us. It was really kind of interesting to me. Yeah, no, it's just, once again, so much of it is, if you're not tied to a university or an actual education place, they can't apply for the grants, they can't apply for, or it's harder. So it's hard to get people to actually want to, I mean, it's got to benefit them too, so actually want to participate in the idea. And let's face it, once again, art's just not really the thing that most people are thinking of when they're like, hey, how can I take my awesome software and make money off of it? Art. Yeah, nope, that's not it. The space industry. Yeah, that's the one we want. You want Tomas in his bedroom, or do you want Elon Musk? Probably going to vote for Elon.
yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I would too. Got
Thanks for the support. I see how you are.
it.
All right, track him. Henry, we got to watch this guy. He's a problem. Oh, you know, do we have a PC spec thing that you can just hit?
Oh, no, I don't have a PC specs button.
That's something we should make. People ask about that.
It's true.
More. Yeah, no.
It'd be cool if you guys made template setups, like just like templates you could do something like really quickly, even though ZBrush is kind of already set up. But
I only heard like every third word of that.
I was saying it'd be cool if you guys made like templates for making some of this jewelry and stuff. Even though I saw on your website that you already have a bunch of jewelry or like brushes and stuff, or already made models.
Mm-hmm.
But like a template to just like load up and easily just start, working on that thing or whatever, instead of having to figure out, oh, what shape do I start with?
Oh, well, we do have within the education platform, we have a lot of base models.
Yeah, there's a lot more after you become a member that I just haven't listed for sale in the store.
One thing I hear about when people start with,
I didn't get any of that.
my mic is horrible. I don't know what happened to it.
I think you lost your mic somewhere deep under your bed. And
Yeah,
you're just
I
screaming
think.
into a pillow to talk to us.
Yeah, I think something
So
really
I
went.
sound like a Peanuts character.
I think something went south there. I don't know. Do this first and see if it changes. Morph to grid. See, that's weird. Why is that not coming in at 2 millimeters? That's annoying. Because this has screwed me a few times. So normally all these things come in at 2 millimeters. And when you start doing this and you're trying to create something that has a flat background, morph to grid works. But if you start with your initial QBS model, it stretches out and becomes all weird and distorted. And that's not.
So when you make jewelry, you make it out of you 3D print your jewelry to test, or do you have like a full-blown workshop to make things out of metal?
Was the question, do we have a full-blown workshop to actually physically make jewelry?
Yes.
Okay. I do not right now. I have, and I have. It's just like at this moment, I don't even have my printer at the house. It's in storage that I have to pay for tomorrow, or I'm going to lose my printer. I've been moving, and we've been trying to set up a bunch of different stuff, and it will be there again soon. But yeah, no, it's trying to get the. Oh my god, I can't even form sentences. Trying to get the website up, the education site up, and get it fulfilled with good content, and that it's been that's been the real focus over the last year. This will be the end of our first year, November 7th, and so we have a lot of things that we're working on and finding partners to do stuff with and get it, but it's just, and trade shows weren't happening. This was the first trade show we went to in maybe 3 years or whatever it's been. So Yeah, a lot of that stuff is stuff that is and will be coming in one format or another. But and I've been moving, and it's just been chaos. Yeah, there you go.
So,
What Henry said. Oh, there
so you guys do have a full blown. Okay. I was just wondering because when you make this stuff, do you not just like immediately test it or want to like see it in like in your hand or whatever after you
Wow.
built it?
Okay.
So,
Move closer to your microphone. Speak slower. I lost all of that one.
oh, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna try and fix this. What's going on?
Sorry. We could hear you earlier. I don't know. What did you do?
I don't know. I'm doing my homework and it requires me to use Unreal. And every time I use this program, my computer just goes nuts. Everything just turns upside down.
That would explain it.
Even my computer don't like this program. Let me see. Oh, well, I also could that I have Maya, Alchemist, and okay. But my question was, where is my mic?
There's your problem.
What's your problem?
Where is my mic?
That might be a problem. That's the starter.
I think it might be in the kitchen, under your bed, perhaps in a
In a
closet.
bag of Jello.
Is your bathtub full right now? Have you checked in your full bathtub? Down at the bottom.
I'm pretty sure somewhere on the side of my piece. If I look, if I talk in this direction, you can hear me, right?
I can hear that.
It's better, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like I have to look directly at my computer and talk. Oh, that's great. I got to get a headset.
Yeah. Well, I'm no one to talk about my capacity to get my computer to work. So you're doing A-okay. Henry's like, do you have this turned on? I'm like, yeah. No. Do you have this turned on? Yeah, yeah. No. Yeah, really good at.
Do you guys know, or do you know any the best method or a safe and fast method to a safe, fast, relatively cheap method to quickly cast something that you 3D printed, either through making a mold or I don't know. Is there a quick way?
Yeah, find someone to do it for you.
Yep.
No,
Find a
seriously.
caster.
Yeah, find a caster. That's the way to do it.
That's the quick and cheap method. Because the maybe $3,000 of equipment in my workshop, just the casting equipment, let alone everything else, is still not faster.
What? I was hoping there was like a quick and dirty way just to get like
The
like a
quick and
result.
dirty way is sand casting. Sand casting is really fast. It is really cheap.
It is dirty.
And it is literally dirty. But there are extreme considerations for what you can actually cast in sand. There can't be undercuts. Nothing can be hollow.
Can't have
there's
any
all
detail.
kinds of- you can't have well. The sand is getting pretty good these days.
Yeah.
You can't get 25 micron detail, but you can get.
But
some
that's what I'm talking about. That's detail,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. You can't sandcast anything Tomas has ever done. But that's the way to get into casting is sand casting. It's really cheap, it's really fast. But there's very little that you can do with it that you'll probably be happy with.
Okay. I wanted to either cast or well, I don't have the room to buy a metal 3D printer.
Yeah.
I would want.
No,
Oh,
not many people do.
No.
I mean,
I don't want
the
that.
cheap 3D, the cheapest viable metal printer is about $100,000. Now, you can get the printer and it's $44,000. but you need the wash unit and the centering unit, or you're not doing anything. So metal
Now-
casting is not something that is a viable home product.
Yeah, I saw that too. Also the power needed to run the machines. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, it's no. What were you gonna
It's
say?
a lot.
You can buy spools of stainless steel that will go into a normal FDM 3D printer,
What?
and then you mail them off for sintering.
For the centering. Okay.
Oh. What?
They're like $500 a spool.
Oh, box.
Which, in the grand scheme of it, is very affordable
Yeah, for stainless, that ain't bad.
compared to
Really?
the what is the machine that 3D Systems purchased? I think it's 1.5 mil,
Yeah.
but that's sexy because that's actually a liquid deposition printer. It gets the metal hot enough that it becomes the fusing. It has a space and it has a plate and it has like an inkjet printer head, and it's shooting. It's not it's melted, but it shoots it at the plate, which is the temperature. Like it keeps the base temperature fusion temperature, so it's not melting, but it's hot enough to fuse, and it drips fusion temperature metal dots, right? Inkjet printing with liquid metal, basically. It's really sexy. But I think it's started at like 1.5 million.
And it can probably do any material. Is that the one I saw on the website where they have like every metal, or not that one, not every metal, but pretty
A
much
lot of
all
metals. Yeah, it did titanium, it did steel, it does. Yeah, no, it does everything in its brother.
Yeah. Oh man, that one's nuts.
Yeah. Sadly, that's not one we can afford yet. Just going to say this. I know that I'm not supposed to reveal financial secrets about ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, but ZBrush Jewelry Workshop cannot afford that printer.
Not a multi-million-dollar company by any stretch. So your absolute easiest way to get a 3D print in metal is something like Shapeways.
Oh.
So Shapeways has those metal printers, and they will do all the work for you. You just upload your file, tell them what material you want, and they generate you a quote automatically. You pay for it, and then your part comes in the mail in like a couple days.
And it will be poo.
It's not the absolute. They've gotten much better from the reviews that I've read more recently, but it is not like jewelry quality,
No.
even though they do have
So-
jewelry services.
Yeah.
So if
whatever,
I
that's
sent them
they're
my
lying.
Iron Man, they wouldn't be good.
For what?
If it's a large thing, it would be fine.
Okay.
We're talking like the size of your couch.
No.
Oh. Well,
No,
no, like
no,
the
I'm
size
not.
of the size of me. Yeah. Well, the suit. You know, an Iron Man suit.
Oh,
Just like that.
like 1-to-1 scale people sized. Oh man, you'd be in for thousands of dollars.
So you'd be in
Oh,
for
gosh.
tens of thousands of dollars. That would be
Yeah.
expensive.
Oh,
From
boy.
anywhere.
Really?
And it would
From
weigh
anywhere.
300 million tons. And it would cost you a fortune. Yeah.
Yeah.
But dude, I'm completely down for you doing it. I will never say no, that's a bad idea. I think that's a great idea. You should probably
I think
try
it's
it.
a bad idea. No.
Oh, come on.
No, I think
Why are you
you're
such
Trying
a
to figure out.
you're a buzzkill, Betty. Way to go, Betty. Now there are going to be tons of Bettys out there. Why are you such a jerk?
All right, Tomas. You know what
What?
I'm gonna say?
What?
You know what I'm gonna say?
I'm awesome.
I want
I
you
have
to
great
take a
hair.
third guess.
Banana boat.
Yeah, it was banana boat.
Fish.
No, it's 2.
Oh, holy Hannah! I didn't
Yeah,
even get to
goodbye.
try this. Hold on, I gotta try it.
Okay, do it quick.
Is it time's up?
Time
That-
is up.
Now, will I don't think it will. Will
Micro poly something.
well no. Will does extractor does it have to be one mesh? Or will extractor record a mesh on top of a mesh? I'm thinking it's got to be a mesh.
Extractor record a mesh on top of a mesh. I think it's got to be one subtool.
Is that ZModeler you're using?
You're gonna have to say that again.
That's ZModeler? I hate this mic.
Your mom what?
We also hate that.
I don't think we could talk about that on this. I don't know where you were going with that, but that things just got weird over here.
Is that's ZModeler, right?
Yeah, this was
what's
ZModeler.
Oh my gosh, I've been trying to figure out how to use that.
Well,
You need to. Everyone needs to.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, oh my gosh, it's like Maya and ZBrush. Holy crap.
Yeah, no,
Everyone despises it, but it is the most useful piece of ZBrush.
I don't despise it. I love it. The second it came
Well-
out, I was just like, oh, jolly.
I know you don't, but
Man, none of my teachers use it. None of my teachers can tell me how to use it. I don't know if it's like them doing their teacher thing where they like don't tell us things sometimes, like want us to figure it out, I guess, or whatever. But
Yeah.
none of them.
well, figure it out.
Gee,
Yeah.
what do you
There's
think?
a lot of holding spacebar. Oh yeah, I think it'll work now. I think you're good.
Oh, hold on. We got a weird thing over here. I think we need to. Whoa, what happened there? All right, so now make that history spot there. See, we got another one. See the star there? I got to remember. So G. Oh man, I think it worked.
I
No.
don't know why it wouldn't.
Nope, it didn't.
No? Try it.
I did. See, there it is right there.
No. Oh yeah, you sure did, and it's trash.
Now the question is this. W remesh by union. Do I have to make that a thickness? Why does that have a back? Something.
You got double turned on or something? I don't know. Your double buttons have moved.
I know. I thought I would make, since I'm right-handed, I thought I'd be clever and make things right-handed. I don't know
Now you don't know
necessarily.
anything else.
I don't know how clever that was actually, but okay. Does that have? Why does that? What is that? You go
Can
away.
you just demolder it out if it's a full? If it's got 2 sides.
No, but it's hollow. Here, I'm just gonna dynamic. I'm gonna apply thickness, and then I'm. Let's just see when I can't figure out how to do things. I use Dynamish.
You don't have any holding edges. Where is the holding edges?
What's that?
The holding edges to keep it from doing that weird bend thing. I'm not supposed to be like that. I don't know.
All right, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, because Maya, you have to have holding edges before you smooth anything. Otherwise, it just completely destroys what I'm trying to do.
Oh, in Maya? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I've never opened. Well, I was hired by Maya to do sort of research for their artisan plugin. And all I could say is you don't have enough geometry to sculpt with. That was the only thing I've ever done in Maya. They were displeased with, well, not really me, but of course, I decided to Dynamesh something that didn't want to Dynamesh. All right. Escape.
So you don't need holding edges when using ZModeler?
Holding edges? You mean like creasing?
Well, no, the edges that not creasing so much as the edges that keep those nice 90-degree angles or something. The angles.
I think that's
Creasing.
creasing. Yeah. Here. Let
Oh,
me
that's
just
what that.
hold on.
It's only more important for when you're using dynamic subdivisions. You can control a little bit more with using edge loops.
Mm.
Yeah.
But other than that, not really. Especially with Dynamesh. And actually,
Can we-
what a lot of people do now is they don't even add the control edges. They'll sculpt a block out in Maya and then export it to ZBrush specifically to use the ZBrush, to use Dynamesh, and they'll Dynamesh.
Boo.
Dynamesh creates those nice little curved edges.
Boo.
I create all my curved edges with the holding edges. They control the curves and angles. And
Okay, so I'm just gonna do something really quick here. Let's get this. And so if we have this and I push divide, it makes everything soft. But if I come in here, go to ZModeler, crease, edge loop complete,
oh yeah, yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
and then divide, and it's kept those edges. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's just creasing.
Oh.
All right, it's that time. Ta-da! Yet another thrilling night of watching me doodle. We got somewhere. I realized by watching other people's streams that many of them work on these things for days at a time. They don't just get everything finished in one stream. I didn't realize that. Tricky buggers. There it is. Okay, kind and gentle folks.
Have you guys thought about making what's it called? Like stuff for swag for Yu-Gi-Oh! And well, Magic too, I guess, but card games? Like binders and card boxes.
Actually, it's really funny you said that. I'm designing a card box for my friend's friend who has tons of Magic cards. So, working on it.
You know what you should do? D&D dice towers.
Oh my
See?
gosh.
No, I want to design some dice too, but SM really. All right. Moderator's getting crabby.
Quick, hurry up! Think of something else to talk about.
Yeah, you know what you should do. Henry's like, I quit. All right. For those of you on YouTube, hit the like button, hit the follow button, and if you want to be notified when we do stuff, hit that little button that's a bell, alarm bell. You'll get a little jangling there. And there's Gerber.
I didn't know that's what that was. Okay.
And then go to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Join ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Buy ZBrush if you don't have ZBrush. There's always ZBrush Mini or ZBrush Mini Core, which is free, and you should try that. You can get a free copy of ZBrush for 30 days, or the trial is, something like that. It used to be like 45 days, then it was 30 days, I think. I don't know how long it is. Henry, do you know how long it is?
I think it's 30.
Okay, 30. Sign up for the ZBrush Sculpt Off, and remember that the ZBrush Summit is this weekend, and that'll be excited. My business partner Eric and myself are going to be presenting on Monday, and I'm on a live stream sort of sculpting earlier on Monday.
What time Monday?
Oh, I think it's like crack of the morning. I think we start at 9, maybe 9:15 to 11 or something like that.
That PST.
Yeah, Pacific. I'm sure the calendar says something about it. I think they said. I think we start at 9:15 and we end at 11:30, and then like Eric and I present on. We end at 1. So, or 1 something. So we start in that 12:15, 1:15, 1:30.
Whew,
Don't know.
real struggle.
Hey,
I'm signing up.
I know we're on the calendar. I don't remember. We start at like 11:45 or noon, something like that. Yeah. We just discussed this earlier today. I still can't.
Yeah, and on the calendar it doesn't exactly say. We just know that you're on sometime between 9 a.m. and 3:15.
Why is that how long the day is?
Yeah.
I think we end at 1:30 and I think we go on at noon because we have an hour and a half. And it's something like that. Jesus. I just don't know.
You nervous?
Am I nervous? Oh no.
Yeah.
No. The presentation's cool.
Cool.
We're doing some fun stuff. And hopefully informative and interesting. All right. That's all I got. I don't know no more. Join our Discord. Join everything we do. Follow me, stalk me. Yeah, all that stuff. Follow and stalk ZBrush. What was that?
I said I think that about covers it.
All right. I will see you. Oh, I won't see you next Monday because that's the summit. So I will not be streaming summit night. And then week after that, I think we're doing a crit session, right? And then we're just going to interchange crit, sculpt, crit, sculpt, crit, sculpt.
Yep.
Ugh. All right. Thank you everyone for hanging out, and see you next week. Play with ZBrush. Buy ZBrush. Rent ZBrush. Love ZBrush. Love ZBrush. One of us. And thank you, ZBrush, for letting me ribble and rant. Have a lovely week. I will see you this weekend. All right. Have a great one.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.